All right, I'll call the special meeting of Anderson County Commissioners Court to order on August the 21st, 2023 at 11:07 a.m. and show that a quorum is present. Commissioner Mims is here, but he stepped out to talk to somebody in the hallway. So, does anybody sign up for open forum? Okay. All right. First thing on the agenda was to take action to order the constitutional amendment election. Casey said she needed to get this on here. I've got some other things we're going to put on for the 28th, but this was the main thing she needed. So I'll entertain a motion to approve the calling the constitutional amendment election for Anderson County. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Dixon. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Mims. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? So ordered. Next item on the agenda is budget workshop. First off, I asked Megan to kind of verify some of the numbers. Y'all saw that I'd done all that on Post-it notes on a Sunday at 8 o'clock. So when we were talking about the difference between the salaries, and what I want to try to do is go through the budget today and come back to salaries. I want to go through and try, because there's not that many changes in the budget. So I want to go through all the other things other than salaries and then come back to that. But I asked her to kind of verify my numbers. She had an Excel spreadsheet that y'all saw and she extended it out. So she found that some of my numbers were off. Part of it's because of numbers of employees was off a little bit. I think maybe I missed something in mine. So, I made a mistake. So I'll let her, if she wants to expound on that.
Well, the main thing was when you were doing the $400 times 220, that included elected officials. And, he was saying the proposed, it only added 97,000 or something. And then the difference on the 2,400, that proposed part was not including elected officials. So you're not comparing apples to apples there. But it was only about $6,000 difference, between the two. It wasn't a lot.
I went through and I did it, and I come up with right at $80,000 difference between what was proposed and what the $2,400.
How many employees do we have?
I was talking about not using the, in other words, back in the 2000
was
hours.
221.
In other words,
227.
The only extended that she had done, if you take let's say the salary said the increase was $2,132. I only took the $132 that left I didn't use the $2,132. Okay, and then when I did the number of employees,
Yeah, go get it.
I multiplied it times 400, just what was over the 2,000. So I just didn't do the elected officials like I should have. Okay.
Well, I just looked at this sheet that was given to us and added up all, this is the increase to the salaries, and added all that up, and then took what the salaries were. And like I say, I don't know where the math is off, but I did the difference. And anyways, I come up with $80,299.
That's right. What he's saying is the difference of the 2,000, what he was giving.
Gotcha.
If you take that number and then the 400 of what y'all were proposing, the difference, it was closer. I can give you exact numbers.
I understand. Instead of 88.
But what he was saying was he was taking 400 times 220, which is not the same thing as the difference of the 2,000 because that includes elected officials.
Okay.
And
what exactly employees did you come up with? I come up with
221, she said, with the elected officials.
Without elected officials, it's 201.
201
without the elected officials. All right, because.
So I made a mistake. Okay.
Okay. No, we're good.
But I wanted to clear that up right off.
Okay.
Throw myself under the bus, whatever. Okay. All right. So let's. I've asked Megan. She's been taking notes, and so I went back and I noted just the changes. So if y'all can go in your budget book, page 17, we'll just start at the auditor's office. And I don't think this will take us too long because seriously, there was not that many changes that we did in the proposed. Now, we'll show what was proposed and then come back if there's something else that the court's thinking about changing. I want to, and y'all don't let me forget, when we get through these, I want to take up, we need to do the historical commission, we need to do a consideration there, and also in the veterans office.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay, gotcha.
So let's start with the auditor's office. If you look at the, that software support, that 14,000, then, that was the only change, right, Megan?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. So, and that's for her software program for, essentially for the outside audit, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then on, my budget, I increased the conference 1,000, and dues and subscriptions went over, last year, so we just increased it $200. So $1,200 increase. Okay? If somebody needs to stop me as we go through, just,
Page 18.
okay? And then on, what we're doing, if you get your budget book up, we're on page number 20.
Yeah, I left it in the hallway. Talking
Oh,
to
okay. Wrong budget. Page number 20. And this is the tax assessor collectors. We increased the, other, $500, and we increased the furniture and equipment $1,000. Went from 2,000 to 3,000. That's the only change there.
Yeah, on the usage of that on them others, I mean, they went over, so I mean, that makes sense. On the furniture and stuff, you use 577, what do they got going on with furniture for this year?
What
do you got?
What budget are you on?
Tax assessor collector, it was 2,000.
We just now ordered a hard drive for a printer.
Okay.
And it's gonna go over. I tend to switch mine,
I got you.
from one
Yeah.
to another to.
Thank you.
And what we probably need to do is, if we're gonna speak, we probably need to come to the mic so that Mark can hear everything, okay? Well, it's
No, that's
all right.
good,
Unless
that's
there's
good.
any
No,
more
no, that's
questions.
good.
Is there
Thank
any
you.
more questions?
No, sir.
Okay. All right, so the next change is on page 23. So if, all of the budgets essentially stayed the same except for these changes. Okay. In district clerk's office, and I explained that the other day, that's an increase in juror cards because the district courts are calling in a lot more jurors.
Judge, back up to the county clerk. I was gonna ask Mark, he's at a you have a microphone there, no, you don't? I was just gonna ask you, on your supplies, under your supplies, that covers all the paper and stuff you buy? Is that what your supplies is?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is that gonna help you any if we go that paperless stuff? Is that gonna help in your office any?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, I didn't know. I just seen where you spent $1,500. I didn't know if at the end of the year you bought your supplies for the year or how you did it.
You still have to have juror cards too, right?
Yes,
I
sir.
mean, you're spending that every year. I ain't saying you're not. I mean, you're buying the supplies. But I just didn't know if we went paperless. 'Cause I think when the district clerk put hers in there, she showed what she'd be saving some on some paper that she wouldn't have to be buying.
Yes, sir.
And I'll, when we met with the district judges, I just say that some have concerns about going paperless, others want to go paperless, so.
Gonna be experiment.
Well, we kind of gotta try to
They're going, ain't they? That's what I see in your eyes.
respond to different judges in a different way, okay? Some want paper, it's kind of like the computer on the bench. We've been working with Cherokee County IT has to try to see what they've got over there. Some of their, I think their software is a little different than ours, or some of our, like, we got Tyler Tech. I'm not sure that they don't have something different. So I visited with them about that, and of course the concern was, if we mount, and this was my deal, is if we mount a computer up there, the other district judges, it might be in their way.
Because they want to still
But
go
it's
hard
actually,
copy.
it's actually a tablet that lays on top with a touch screen. So we're kind of getting to where we, at least trying to work through Tyler Tech to get where at least one district judge wants to go, okay?
It'll get there.
Okay.
Thank you, Mark.
If that helps, because I think y'all need to know some of them may not want to go paperless,
Oh, yeah.
okay? All right.
Well, and those folders we just bought, they're $1.22 a folder. And we have a storage issue. I mean, that storage building over there is about full. I mean, I know we had that center section we talked about, knocking that down,
We
but
need to look at that.
if we have another pandemic or whatever, and people can't come to work, that gives the courts, everybody access to those files electronically. And so we're not having to pay to buy folders, to pay to have somebody file something. I mean, we're already doing things electronically. The only entity that's using that is the courts. And even then, I would say in my office, it's pretty sparingly. Now, Judge McKinney uses those, but he's relatively new back in his position. But before Judge McKinney, Judge Johnston just didn't hardly look at the files because they're on Odyssey, they're on the computer system. So everything we do is there already. So, any more questions?
No, thank you, Mark.
All right, on District 3. Then we just got the 2,000. Okay. Page 24. This is on the courthouse maintenance for all the buildings. We went over on utilities last year, which I anticipate, especially with what the electric bill might be this month. I know mine at home, probably y'all's was too, a whole lot higher than normal, but just to make sure we can take care of our utilities for all the buildings, we increase that just to an even 550. So it's 53,900. If we don't use it, we don't use it. So I just want to make sure we got a realistic budget. And then building repairs, and y'all seen that we've done a whole lot. Actually, we power washed this building. I don't know if y'all noticed the front of it, but all those black spots are gone. We're still working on it a little bit. But building repairs is just a $10,000 increase there.
Well, what possibly the capital outlay, is that what would
Oh,
that
I'm sorry,
be
in that
for?
one too,
Yes.
yes.
It's never been there before, that's what,
Well, if we needed to buy a lawnmower, then we wouldn't have to wait for a court date. Or if there's a piece of equipment or something we need, weed eaters, anything that was a higher dollar. So, whatever maintenance needs that James asked for. I just wanted something there so they can respond immediately and not have to wait. I mean, it's kind of like y'all's budget. Sometimes you got to go buy something unexpectedly, a chainsaw or whatever. We had to cut trees out here and things like that. So some of that needs to come out of capital outlay, not out of another line item. So that's all that's for.
can it not come out of others? I mean, if that be something like that when you're buying something?
If it's over 1,000, that's capital outlay.
So if it's over 1,000, it can't come out of others.
Let me see them glasses.
That's all that's for.
Nope, can't see all that. One of them. Something's wrong with this, I can't see.
Any other questions on that one?
No, sir.
Okay.
They're switching.
All right, elections on page 25. And Casey, of course, Casey's got a election coming up next year, so she asked for more supplies. We increased that to 9,000 to 30,000. It was 21,000. We increased it 9 to get her up to 30. And then also the voting machines, that's maintenance cost. And she requested for the election an extra 2,000 on that. That was only changes that she had.
Oh, I will say, I didn't tell you this morning, but, the election workers that y'all added, or we added more to the hourly election workers. That wasn't salary. I mean, that wasn't, you know,
From
regular
29 to
employee.
45.
Yeah, so
Yeah, she was
50
gonna
thousand.
try
Sorry,
to
I
put another
forgot about
part-time person in the office to help her during the election. So we did increase the part-time.
Judge, didn't she, yeah, it's in my box down there. Gosh. Didn't she ask for a cell phone allowance or see if court could give her one to help with
She
election?
came and talked to me about it, but I hadn't had a chance to really talk to her a whole lot about it,
Yes, sir.
so. I mean, we can talk about that when we get the salaries, I guess.
All right.
Okay. If you wanna remind me. Okay. With the salary changes and everything, I wasn't sure that we wanted to make any changes like that, so. But when we come back to it,
Yes, sir.
okay. All right, and 26 out of capital outlay, Megan, I'll kind of let you explain now.
Well, initially when we did the proposed current year, the vehicles was 400, and then we budgeted 300, originally 300 for the sheriff's office for 5 vehicles. And then, which was, so then in equipment, it, you know, essentially netted, it only increased it by 20,000 if you take that 100,000 there. But the total is 220. And then adding 50,000 to building improvements, not permanent, because it was originally budgeted for $1. And then listed below is the permanent notes of what that would be used for. And then, you know, a good chunk of it is Commissioner's Court approval, like we normally do.
And then one of them was, a request by precinct 2 constable. For a
Right,
new-
sorry,
for a
the
new
vehicle.
truck.
Mm-hmm.
So that was part of what that 50,000 was.
Yes,
Yes.
sorry.
We had it going from, I think, 400,000 to 300,000, we added the truck back in there.
So that 50,000 under building improvement, let's say I need to repair something in my barn. That couldn't come out of permanent improvement, it could come out of that line item.
Yes. So it's just basically not equipment, but it's not something that's permanent.
Yeah, because there's a lot of things on our
But does that have to go
building
through
that come
Commissioner's
out of
Court?
permanent
Yes.
improvement.
Yes, it would have to go through court.
Okay.
Any questions there? Since this is miscellaneous, I'll let you explain those.
The only thing that was increased was central appraisal, which is what our portion that we pay the appraisal district. It went up $100,395. And then we added 63,816 to contingency, just to make it an even 300,000. And then radio tower rental, 1,000. Cause it looks like we go over budget, or we went over budget last year by a little bit, so just to make it so it doesn't go over budget.
You said you added to the 63 to make it an even 100,000?
300,000.
300,000?
We added 63,000 and change to make contingency 300,000.
What about the contract services? What was that? That,
Well, that was a wash between postage.
okay.
We decreased postage.
But you still increased it by 20, so is that a?
Decrease.
What
Well,
do
it
we
was
do
a
with that?
wash with postage. I
Contract
decreased
services.
postage by 20 and increased contract services by 20.
So
it
that
was a
all kind
wash.
of goes together with the contract services? and
That was
postage
for
goes
the,
together, right?
that was for the tax assessor collector to do the
Yeah,
mailings.
that's perfectly fine. That's why I said, I didn't know if that was kind of tied
Yeah.
together. or what.
Yeah, yes, sir. I think, I'm sorry, autopsies, there was 40,000 added to it.
Yeah, that's what I was
wrote
just
on it,
looking
but I
at.
never highlighted it, excuse me.
Are we anticipating that much more than autopsies? I mean, like we used 79,000 up today.
That's up to June 30th.
Aren't they requesting more, reason why, and there's more with
I
the,
don't know. Well, JP's doing that.
Yeah, we've been using it the year before, we used 239. So I mean, that'd be
And then in
a
21,
break
it
even.
was 206. I mean, we were
Yeah.
borderline at that 200,000 for a
borderline.
couple years.
239 last year would max them out.
Any other questions on that?
What's the transfer to other funds?
It's at the bottom, the permanent notes on the bottom. It's the transfer for the VAWA VOCA cash match for the
Oh,
grant.
I got
And then the Fund 255 Security Service
Yeah, that one.
And the
Fund,
juvenile.
and then the juvenile.
Thank you.
And that's for those salaries, correct?
Yes.
Those are those funds. Yeah. Make sure I didn't miss one. All right, page 28. We increase conference at 18,000. Essentially, computer services stayed the same. And then 2,000 on furniture and equipment. And then we put in capital outlay, we put in 50,000. I talked to IT, and I'm gonna go ahead and to try to do something with the Veterans Office without major changes in the budget. I'm gonna ask that we move 25,000 and reduce that by 25 on the capital outlay and move it to the Veteran Service Office. And now to take and get us another part-time Veteran Service Officer. When we get to that budget, but I wanna go ahead and address it now so I can get it. So I'm gonna request that we move that from 50,000 to 25,000. So, any more questions there? And we did put some part-time in there too. So, next one is the district attorney's office. The only change there is $1,000. If you see the contract appellate legal, that was just some money moved out of that line item down to professional services. The only difference there was an extra 1,000. Any questions there? So it's almost a wash.
Right.
Okay. That was to address that contract attorney. Okay. Page 38. On court-appointed attorneys, of course, y'all saw the graph the other day on what's being spent on court-appointed attorneys. So that was increased for each of the, except for maybe one, increase to an extra 17,800 from 72,200 to 90,000. And of course, the expenditures, and y'all probably already know this, but just for anybody looking at the budget, when they're all budgeted in that one line item, but as depending on what the judges have to assign somebody to, like court, it could be a attorney ad litem, or it could be a felony case. Sometimes you got to have investigators, so that allows the auditor's office to put them in the appropriate line item when they're really spent. Okay.
It's just bookkeeping line items. Those are different cases.
All right. And then on the next one's 87th district. There wasn't any changes in that budget. And then 349, same increase, 17,800 to the court-appointed attorneys line item.
Judge, we skipped one that I'd like to go back to right quick.
Where's it at?
On page 35, it was
Okay.
just these two. It's a question for me.
Okay. 35?
35, yeah.
Okay.
It's just piece two. Under the travel, it shows so far year to date, there's been no expense there. And everybody else is at the 32.
I think when hang on, I know what that was. I saw it whenever I was doing the budget. She is getting the travel, but it was coded incorrectly to 1010 to salary elected, but it's been fixed now.
Okay,
I actually saw that when we were doing this.
okay, that's good enough.
Okay. Good catch. Okay.
369th, I don't know if that was on page 41, the same increase, 17,800 to court-appointed attorneys. Page 42, emergency management. Some of this was moving from one line item to the other. A few of them were increases, but we went from 3,000 to 4,000 on gas and oil, and then $300 additional on tires and tubes, and then on conference, because both have got to go to conference to keep their training up. And as I told Terry's gotten her certification for doing OSS, so that gives us 2 people that can go out and do the inspections now. Dues and subscriptions, an additional 500, and then for the actual certification fees and stuff. Uniform expenses, that one went up $200. So that was essentially the changes in there. About $3,100 difference. On the next change is page 44. And that was on Constable Precinct 2. And that was a $150 increase there on tires and tubes. That's the only change in there. Precinct 3. Constable Precinct 3, just an addition. We balanced out everybody's gas and oil to 6,000.
Judge, why did we do that on that one? That's $6,000, and after year date, she spent $388. She only had $3,000. I didn't see where she asked to increase it, so I don't know why we.
Well, she had talked to me about it prior to sending out the request and all.
Yeah,
but I was just balancing them all out, not knowing what fuel prices are going to be. So
that looks like that.
If we don't use it, we don't use it. So one of the things I tried to do is make sure that everybody had at least what they need, well, potentially what they could need. Hopefully not spend their whole budgets and not reduce their budgets just because they didn't spend them, because that just shows that they're good money managers too, like everybody.
But her biggest year was 13-16, and that was last year.
If the court wants to reduce it, that's fine with me. I was just thinking, I'm not knowing what the fuel prices are going to be like. So we've had to do on some of the different agencies. I think one of the constables had to have a budget amendment for fuel. And maybe even the sheriff's office, I'm not sure. Y'all didn't have to have one.
Oh, yes. Court added some money for Mark.
Okay, all right.
Leave it at 3.
What do you want to do?
Leave
it at 3?
Leave it at 3.
Okay, all right. That was my rationale.
I understand.
Okay.
I could see that they were all the
So we'll
same.
change that one back, man.
Okay, we're gonna take action items on all this at the end, right? I'm gonna write it down.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll just take an action item on everything across the board, on everything but salary first, okay? So we're gonna do all of them.
No, the other ones are spending there.
Did you put that one down, right?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, Constable 4, we've done the same thing, increase that to, an extra 1,500. They spent almost 4,000 there.
Mm-hmm. He spent 39. The 45 was covering it, but it's just. Hmm.
No, right.
So you can leave it at 45 and put it up to 6.
What are y'all thinking on that $1,500 increase?
I'd say leave it 45, that's just me.
I mean, if you go back and look at all of them, I mean, 1,174, 1,697, and 1,561.
Yeah, and we don't know what,
388.
we don't know what fuel price is gonna do, I agree to that. I mean, they could skyrocket, who knows?
Well, I mean, we can always take it out of contingency. I was just trying to, where we didn't have to do all those budget amendments, moving money around, that's all.
Leave it where it's at.
What do y'all think?
Leave it where it's at.
Yeah, it don't matter.
Leave it where it's at?
Yeah.
Okay, 6,000.
Four, you're gonna leave it 6? Leave it the way it is?
Just leave it there.
Yeah, that was-
All of them,
that was
6,
okay.
7, or 3. 3 was going to. Or
Next
3.
item is Sheriff's Office, starting on page 47. And in the proposed, on the cell phones, we increased it from 26,000 to 40,000. That was 14,000 increase.
Didn't you say it need to be at 41 the other day, Nick, to actual add out?
Yes, sir.
Is there not a better rate type for them bulk phones? Who does that? Who does the phone? Who actually gets their contracts? Do we do it?
Yeah, well, this is the thing, on their phones, on the law enforcement phone, they may have to use it for pictures, for crime scenes, all that kind of stuff, so they need a county phone. They don't use their own phone, because that'd be subject to
I agree with
subpoena.
that. I just wonder about the rate of the cost of the phone. Are we getting the best rate, or how do we shop that on contract?
Well,
We
I
got
think they're
some-
the ones
Y'all
that
do
probably
that?
research that.
Yes, sir, it's on the state DIR contract, and it's, $44 a month for the cell phones, and $30 a month for the data cards plus taxes.
You need to get a mic.
$3 a month for the data cards with taxes. Even
Are
though
you
we
getting
don't
all
pay
that?
some of the taxes, some we have to pay, some of the federal excise tax.
So that each phone's costing roughly.
$44 a month.
If we got questions, I guess if y'all wanna come
Yes.
sit up here for now or whatever, until we get through with, just so Mark's got it. Okay.
Excuse me. We get those off a state DIR contract, which has already been pre-bid. And the cell phones themselves are about $44 a month. The data cards with all of the fees and everything that go in with them is about $43 a month. But it's unlimited data and unlimited, messaging access and talk. So, you know, it's actually the best rate available at the moment.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Any questions? What were you saying? If it needed to go to 41?
Yes, sir. It just needs to go to 41. That's what the bills actually total up to for a year between. And when you were making the budget, you didn't have any way of knowing that we were adding 31 data cards, so.
Y'all wanna move that to 41 then?
That's fine.
That's fine with me.
Okay. Okay, next item is, let's see. Gas and oil didn't change on that one. Tires and tubes went up from 25,000 to 30,000. Is that gonna be sufficient?
Yes, sir, it should be. We hope so, at least.
Okay. All right, and then on vehicle equipment parts and repairs, we went up from 35,000 to 40,000 on that one, $5,000 increase.
Hopefully that'll be sufficient.
Okay, all right. On conference, and of course, they've got a lot more staff now, so we needed to up that.
Yes, sir.
So that went from 6,000 to 10,000, that was $4,000 increase.
Yes, sir.
Okay, okay.
Yes.
All right, training school went from 10,000 to 15,000, $5,000 increase on that, essentially for the
Yes.
same reasons. And then radio equipment repairs, from 18,000 to 20,000.
Just a small increase.
We're,
Do with increases in
that
prices.
should be fine then?
It should
Yes, sir.
be
Okay.
fine.
All right, let's see.
Strays.
Yeah, strays. Of course, they're dealing with a lot more cattle, so that went from 8,000 to 12,000. We okay there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then on uniform expenses, increase in staff, we went from 15,000, we, put in 30,000 to $15,000 increase.
Believe we'll be good there.
Okay. Other, went, from 14,000 to 25,000,
Yes, sir.
so that should be sufficient. Okay. And then, that's increase there as well with the extra 1,000, it'd be $66,000, I think. Increase. But those are all in there, except for the 1,000, we gotta add that. That's all in the proposed. Okay. And that, all that looks pretty good, huh?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. Any questions? Everybody good with that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Page number 48, that's gonna be the county jail. And, under other expenses, supplies, we went from 60,000 to 85,000 to $25,000 increase.
You got your book?
We're gonna try to make, let me get it.
Yeah.
We'll try to make it on that, Judge. We had been backfilling supplies, as I told, the commissioners, and I think I told you in our budget meeting. We had been buying supplies out of two different line items prior to us taking over, and it took a couple of years to get that, fixed. So we're hoping 85,000 would be enough. I had put an extra 15,000 in there for just cushion initially.
But the groceries used to be in that same line item.
No, there was a separate line for groceries
Okay.
and supplies, and then there was also a supply line. So, you know, some stuff got paid for out of one and some out of the other. Megan's changed that to contract food service now, so it won't get confusing anymore.
Okay, it should be a truer picture of what you're spending.
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, because in 22, you went to 86, you know, so y'all was doing 15 and 12 and then 86.
Yes, sir.
So, I mean, it went up that much. And you're halfway there already this year.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you think you probably make it on that one?
We're gonna give it a good run.
Well, I mean, that's why we put more money in the
Yeah.
contingency anyway.
Good there.
All right, contract food services went from, 400,000 to, 475,000.
And again, if we have a contingency line somewhere with a little bit of extra money in it, you know, 100, 200,000 extra money for those contract renegotiations, so that it can cover those additional expenses. With food service especially, they can go up at any time with 30 days notice.
If they see a drastic increase, they can pass that on to us almost immediately.
I think you've gotten some information on the medical when we get to that line item.
Yes,
right?
sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we need to address that too. But you think that is sufficient with,
Yes, sir. If we have some contingency money, that'll be fine.
bedding and uniforms went from 20,000 to 50,000, $30,000 increase?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
As we said before, prior to us taking office, that had been being paid for out of commissary, and it's not proper to do that since we have a line item for it. So about $50,000 a year is what we actually spend. We just made another bedding order, and we think that'll get us through the year.
And what will the commissary be spent on now? What can you use it for?
We can spend it on anything that directly benefits the inmates, and typically what we do is use that to buy the transport officers' vehicles that transport the inmates to doctor's appointment and stuff like that, so that we're not having to ask the court for extra vehicle money.
All right, and this is one we need to talk about because I think they've got some real numbers now on the contract services. Medical, we had gone from 590,000 went on to 600,000. We were
You asked for an extra 150 at first, right?
Yes, sir.
so you've got some
The
contract
actual numbers are
information.
766,627, I think, is the actual number. But 766,000 will get us close. And those are the actual numbers for next year.
766 was what it was. I knew it was in the, above
It
700.
was 766, 627, I think, or 267. We'd make it 767.
Well,
Seven
what if we
would
make
be
it
covered.
770 and make it a lot
Yeah.
easier?
We
Yes,
make
sir.
it 767, we'll be in good shape. Or 770. That'll
The
be
judge
fine.
say
Just do
770, let's do
770.
770.
That's
And then
perfect.
you got a little contingency for another line item if you need it. How about
So
Well,
add
keep in mind that a
170?
medical,
Add 170?
Yes,
keep in mind that a medical by contract,
770.
we have to buy durable medical equipment under $1,000. We have to, refill our
Hang on.
oxygen.
Yeah.
They wanted to go over that. That's what Judge proposed, they wanted to put 150, so they were gonna go.
Yeah, I saw that number at the,
On top of this
It's not one of those that I can get.
770.
Yes, sir.
That one looks a lot better than the 1.5 million that we talked to the other
That
guy
was the
about.
other bid you got.
That was the other one. The third person didn't even respond.
I would ask the court for a little cushion in addition to that 770, because we do have to refill oxygen bottles, buy durable medical equipment, some things that are outside the contract. So another 10 or 15,000 will get us through with that.
okay. What would that need to be in other,
Or medical supplies.
or in that line
It's
item?
I typically pay for it out of that
$180,000
line item
Well,
of contract medical, because that way it doesn't get spent on anything other than those expenses.
If we're changing it, I'd rather change that line item to 780. Are y'all okay with that?
That'll give you about 14,000.
That'd be fine. Yes, sir.
Is that all right?
780?
Sheriff?
Yes,
780, sounds good.
What's that?
Okay. And then indigent inmate medical, I think that Kathy helps us on that too, does
Yes.
Works very hard to do a good job.
She does great.
Yeah, they keep her busy. Sometime I can't get a hold of her.
We're sorry about that.
So we went from 200,000 to 350,000 on that.
Yes, sir. We're hoping that'll be.
That sounds like it's reasonable.
We're hoping it'll be sufficient. It's that one guy that has a heart attack and we have to get him a heart transplant or something to lead all of that up. But you can never budget for that.
I understand.
I would ask that we jump back up to 3710, I believe.
I'm
I
sorry,
think there was no increase on 3710.
Travel and school.
Yeah,
Training.
Training.
I mean, training school.
I think we
well,
left.
that one was at $1,155, so it's
No, it should have been 6,000 to begin with.
today.
Oh, at 1,155 today.
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
that's,
On the travel,
No, the training.
Training.
1615.
yeah, 16, 15.
Well, realistically, the reason I had budgeted more for that is so that all of these jailers that are just now coming in, we can start to get them classes next year for their intermediate certificates, as well as use that for academy expense when we're sending jailers to the academy. So I had just asked for about $4,000 more in there. If,
On the travels for that jail, I know y'all don't use much, but I mean, is that if you had to bring them back toward the courthouse or take them to other counties?
actually, what that's for, we use it for meals during travel, meals and hotel rooms during travel to go get inmates from other locations. But the reason that line item is so much is in case we have to have one transported by a private contract company from like Washington State or somewhere that we almost had to do last year, because that'll eat up that entire line item in one transport. Matter of fact, last year I sent two deputies to California to go get one and bring them back. And they made
Last
it-
year?
Yes, sir. I think it was last year. They made it in a 2-day trip.
Drove hard.
can we kind of see how that works, and then we can always move line
Sure.
items?
Yes, sir.
Sure.
All right. And let's see. Make sure I'm running right. So on the indigent, inmate medical, does that look sufficient?
I think 350 would be fine,
One,
Judge.
200,000, 350,000.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then the other 35 to 50.
Yes, sir.
Of course, some of that was being charged from, like the inmates being transferred. Was that coming out of the other?
No, sir, the inmates, oh, yes, the inmates in Henderson County was
Yeah,
coming out.
that's where that's why we got that number in the other what?
Yeah, there was
What's being spent?
150,000
Yeah.
of that went to Henderson County.
Because it
Okay.
wasn't.
I didn't want somebody to see that and not understand what it was.
Yeah.
So, okay.
So looking at that other, that 125 showing spirit spent to date, that'll be cleared up by.
Yeah, it was the
Reed.
Henderson County inmates.
Oh, okay.
That's what that was. That's why it's so much bigger than
Okay.
normal.
That's just where it
The
got
out-of-county
charged.
inmates, there wasn't no place to put it.
That was just the only line we could pay it out of.
Okay. All right. While you are here, let's look on the bailiff. Those all got
255.
transferred last year during the
Yes.
budget process to the
the
sheriff's
sheriff's
office, so that's why there's zeros there.
Yeah.
And then there really wasn't any more changes until we get to county services. And
The extension services, I want y'all to, on that 52,
Yeah, we talked about that.
52.
page 52.
Page 52.
Yes, sir.
I thought we were talking about,
Okay, I think
That's
that
good.
takes care of you for a few minutes
Okay.
anyway.
oh, did you
When we
want
get to the security
oh,
service
did you want to talk
fund,
about
maybe.
that or no? Did you want to jump to that one?
Which one's
Right.
security service? What page?
106.
Yeah, while they're there, let's go ahead and deal with it. Talk about that.
I thought the court had already talked about that.
I didn't think so.
I'm sorry, Megan, what page?
106.
106.
106, okay.
This one ought to be easy. I didn't ask for any changes.
Yeah, yeah,
I mean, the only changes that I made to it was, I added a capital outlay line, because that was not in there, and then, an other, because they can't spend it if it's not there. If the line item's not there.
So you put 1,000 in one and 200.
I put 1,000 in other and 2,000 in capital outlay, and the rest went into contingency. The rest of the fund balance.
And,
so,
last year, I think you added some overtime, so.
Yes.
we okay on that?
Yes, sir. The only things we have left are collections and bonds, so when you get to it.
Okay.
Sorry, I thought when you said bailiff, that's who you're talking about, not the old bailiff
So we're
department.
gonna make 52.
Back to 52, please. Yes, sir.
Well, do you wanna go in order?
Well, we was skipping them. I mean, we was going through where we were at. And when we left the jail, we went by all the bailiffs.
Well, 50 is the next page.
Yeah, but he said that there was nothing
Oh,
else.
no changes.
Yeah, no changes
No,
all the
no
way to
changes.
51. Nothing, or, changes till you get to 52. And Truman had asked me if we could add 2,000 to the conferences. As you see, he's already over in his conferences. They've got the new girl in there, and 500 to his demonstrations, which his demonstrations are already halfway through. That was the only thing he was asking. He was in the hospital with his knee replacement whenever he did not get to give his budget request in. That's one of the things he's asking for. 2,000 increase in his conference and 500 in demonstrations.
2,000 in conference and 500
Everybody
in
okay with that?
demonstration.
Yes, I
I
spoke
have
with him
no
this
So
morning.
conference
Right.
will be 6,500 total.
Right.
Yes, ma'am, 65, and the demonstrations will be 2,000.
2,000. Since we're on this one, I inadvertently, the agents do not, they get a supplement from the county. I inadvertently put in the raise, so whenever I was going back, changing everything to 2,400, I took it out, so the proposed is different. But I'm also asking the court if we can make a separate line item for them, so I don't do that again, called Extension Agent Supplement in the salary lines. And then, so the salary other will just be Jenna,
Do they get
so I don't do that again.
Do they get a steel raise on their supplements?
No,
We
and
don't.
just like, when we discussed, the ARPA money, they didn't get that
Exactly.
one-time,
only time we would
supplement
ever-
because they're not employees of the county.
That's right. But if we up theirs.
If you
it'll be
choose to
because
give them,
they go
if
up.
you choose to give them an increase in their supplement, you can, but we don't give raises on supplements.
But don't we match what A&M or whatever is giving?
No, we do a report every year. My office does a report every year. We tell them what we budget and then what was actually paid.
Okay.
But we don't match it, no.
I'd like for you to
We don't
separate
do the
out,
same
'cause
with
I'd like to see
DPS.
what the supplement is.
Well, I mean, it's in that, it's listed,
It's on this other
yeah.
page.
But I'm just putting it in a separate line item, so I don't do that again.
But it's right on that page, you're right.
It's correct. I mean, well, that page is, I mean, if you only do the 2,400 and not give the additional to that one person.
One of those is Jenna's.
Yeah, one of them's Jenna's, and she's an employee.
Let me just tell you, it'll be, cause
Yes, my
it's the current 18,866.93. And then just the regular employees, 37,048.69. That's with the $2,400 raise, but this is not with the raise.
When do they ever get considered for any more money for those?
When the court approves it, but we don't typically give raises to supplements unless y'all chose to do that.
Is everybody
Did-
all right with
did
changing
it-
that line item?
Did it increase last year though by the 2,000?
It did, and it wasn't supposed to. That's why I want to change it to a different line item, so I don't do that again. The year prior to that, there was no raise, and the year before that, there was no raise. It was
But I'd
because
like
it's
to
in the
give
wrong
them,
line.
give them the raise
So they got a
myself
raise last year?
last year.
Yes, and they
but it
weren't
was-
supposed to.
Weren't supposed to?
Because it wasn't approved by the courts.
The court did approve it.
Yeah, but I mean, on an individual thing.
Well, I mean, you approved the budget.
We approved
so
the
you
budget.
approved it, but I inadvertently did it. So, I mean, unless you want to take $2,000 away from them.
Nope.
No,
Okay,
no, but that's why I say you don't want to do it so that we don't do it unless we approve it.
Right.
Commissioner's Court last year was not, it was just,
no, but you approved it.
we did approve it. But not on it, but we can do it again and not have to approve it.
No, you'd have to approve it to give them a
We did it
raise.
last year.
But you had this budget and you approved it.
No, so if you leave it on the budget, we can pass it and then we'll go through again.
Right, but how is that fair that other people that get supplements don't get a raise?
No, I agree, that's what I was saying, I didn't know if we need to do it individually, we'll just do it individually, or
I know
choose
you
not
can
to,
do it
whichever way.
Is
So we do it,
the
we have to do it
DPS
by
office
ourselves.
considered a supplement?
I'm sorry?
Is the DPS
How do you
office
feel about
considered a
giving-
supplement?
No, that's an
No.
office.
That's an
That's a
office.
person.
That's an actual
Full salary.
funded position.
That's
that
not a
we-
supplement, that's a
yeah,
position.
We fund that position.
Right.
The one at DPS,
Yes, sir, no, I,
the one, I know, just for anybody, so they understand, the one at DPS, we furnished for years and years because they needed somebody to keep the records so the troopers could stay on the roads and not have to be keeping up with all
I don't
the
know, that's a good
paperwork for
question.
them. It's kinda like right now, a lot of them are on the border, it's the same thing. They're not, if they're in the office doing paperwork all the time,
If we do this.
they're not out there
then good
being
question.
seen on the road, slowing people down. And right now, we got more fatalities right now in our whole region, not just our county. But as a result of them not being out doing traffic enforcement.
Yeah.
And having a
Other
visible presence, then it's less safe for everybody, so it's kind of the same thing. But, and the thing is, it's kind of like the JPs. What they take in and finds is the cases that are filed with them. They're supposed to, like the other courts, hear the cases that are filed with them. It's like the troopers on the roads. We don't tell them you need to go out there and write more tickets. We don't tell the
But if we got somebody
JPs,
doing
they gotta hear more cases.
Yeah.
It's everybody's doing their job, works together at the same time. You
That's
see
right.
the fine revenues are way down
That's right.
because there's nobody out working. So
That's
it
'cause they've
kinda
been-
all
yeah.
works together.
That's what they told me, I went and talked to them, they said, we've been working the border so much not here, but with our girl over there, it allows them not to have to do the paperwork and be out working the streets more for us. So it's kind of a wash, they're writing tickets and bringing in revenue as far as it goes, and we're spending a little bit getting them some services.
Megan, do you know how many total we give supplements to?
yeah, you got the Viber, and you have the other ones in the DA office that are the, drug forfeiture.
And tax office, and
Has,
this one.
has supplements, but those supplements, I think we may discuss those supplements later, is that correct?
Can we come back to Sally?
Yeah, sorry. I just wanted to,
Will you make
sorry.
some notes while we're
I am.
continuing on this, to answer that question for everybody? You know, if you get a chance.
Just talk about
But
something.
we'll come back to it. Let's get
get through this, okay? I'm trying to stay on track.
Did you get the 2,500?
Okay, so the extension office,
I did.
You got 2,000 and you got
Okay.
500.
let's make sure Megan's got her numbers.
She got it, she said.
So conference will be 6,500 and demonstration will be 2,000.
Yes.
Correct.
Got it.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. The next one is, page 55, it's on our county services. The increase was to the volunteer fire departments to, bring them up from 15,100 to, another $1,900 each, to give them 17,000 for each department at $221,000. Now, with everything that's going on, I'm just asking y'all if you think that's enough, or do you think we need to increase that?
Well, Judge, I think we've always been,
And I'm
supportive to our volunteer fire departments because, you know, we had our ARPA, we gave them that extra 50. I know it was said that some people have seen this proposal in there and they're like, they hope that the commissioners keep that in there because they need to support our volunteer fire department. But I think our volunteer fire department should know that Anderson County Commissioners Court supports them 100%. And it was just like the other day when I was out with them on that big fire off of 287. It's, you know, anytime we can jump in and play, or our constables, anybody, we all get in to help. And we're thankful for their services and what they do. So,
well, I think the sheriff was out there with emergency management, water, and I took the water down here to Slocum.
Oh, yeah.
Elkhart Commissioner did
a great
too.
example.
So, I mean,
Well, I personally
I don't know what we'd do without them.
Yeah, I personally don't think it's quite enough myself, just
Thank you.
because for what they went through this weekend,
Yeah, we
they
need to
probably
give 'em
blew
more.
through about what we give them. But I mean, you know, the way the law says that we have to be in to contract with them or have our own fire districts for the rural areas. And we couldn't build one fire station for $220,000
no, sir.
and stock it. So I mean,
Well, your personnel cost, if you had to hire people to do what they're doing.
Well, the training
these are
professionals.
So
that's right.
The training expense with A&M will kick
Well,
this out the way.
you know, we bought a used,
15 or 16?
we got 13 fire departments. I was out there with 3 where I was at. I don't know how many Christina, the sheriff was with out there.
5 or 6 out there we were at.
So,
well, my,
and if we hadn't, and I'll tell you, this morning I wrote a letter to Nancy, the chief, to ask that they stage helicopters or some type of aircraft at our airport this morning. Because we did that back in '99, so I said.
Oh, yeah, that's what he put in, he's talking about giving them more.
By them being here only, we could get to the fires quicker, respond to them, and
He's
actually,
asking, do we feel like we need to do?
try to get them put out before they got really bad. And so
Now's a good time of year to
I'm
talk
sending a
about it.
request.
No, I agree.
And so we'll see what happens on that.
like I said, my family personally bought the fire truck for the new department for Slocum. It was $166,000 for a used truck. So, I mean, you're talking about $250,000 trucks minimum. You'd have to have one for every station you had. You'd have to have them spread out. I personally think they could stand to have a couple of more $1,000s apiece, but that's, you know, my recommendation.
Well, that's why I asked the question, because I felt like we needed to look at that one.
I mean, if y'all want to move them to
With
20,
4 years.
just move them to 20. See what that would budget.
I mean, right now, they're gonna go from 15 to 17, so it'd be 3,000 more.
3,000 more.
3,000 more times the 13?
It'd be 36,
Yeah, 26.
And I think that's a great
Yeah,
way to spend the
3,000,
county's
36.
budget because we're enhancing the county services.
260,000.
And it's needed, dry as it is out there. I mean, I actually seen the ARPA funds.
I mean, they got
that
the
we
same
gave
fuel
them.
expenditures,
130.
everything is going
Yes,
up.
yes.
Another $39,000, I think.
And if,
Yes.
if,
Am I right?
Yes, sir.
I wanna make sure, I
It's
check my
39.
figures here.
Yes.
you know.
I actually seen the ARPA funds at work, from a lot of those engines and, pumps and all that were out, and some of the older equipment and some of our like Bethel Cayuga fire stations, they were able to pull out every truck they needed to get out. And, I mean, I can remember 4 years ago, they couldn't pull out one truck. One truck.
So y'all just wanna move them to 20 straight across?
260. That'd be 260,000 for 13 departments.
And that'll be
So that'd be 20,000 each. Cherokee County's giving them 20,000 each. That's what I found out yesterday.
well, I say let's give them.
Yeah, that was my
20,000
recommendation,
each.
Your Honor, 20,000 each. So we enhanced them $5,000 more across the board
Yeah,
from
I
15.
bet you that on the average, that's not a third of their expenditures.
No, sir.
And we couldn't get anywhere close if it was paying for personnel.
No, sir.
Okay. So 260,000, that seem all right with everybody?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. All right, page 58. Of course, on each of the road and bridge, I'd entered an extra 100,000 in road construction on each of them. So, like Kenneth had told me, the oil spend was going up, oil prices, so I put there's actually in the proposal, an extra 100,000 in each of the road construction.
Going back and looking at this, would y'all like to add money to your uniform? Because y'all go over $1 every year. So instead of having to do a budget amendment, would y'all wanna add to it or move it from another place?
What is it set at the beginning of the year, Madam?
Precinct 1 is $1.
$1.
All $1.
They've
2's
used
$1.
15.
They're all $1. Every one of them.
I would say, I mean, in my opinion,
You wanna take a little bit of capital
I'd say-
outlay and move it up or something?
yeah, I would say, well, I don't know where she could take it from.
I mean, it just come out of either one of your lines, it wouldn't
Yeah.
matter where.
But
Come out of your
since it's
construction.
only at $1, I bought my uniforms this year and I spent $1,600. I'm probably gonna have to buy a couple more pair of pants, so I'd be fine with 2,000, so we didn't have to swap
Yeah,
money
2,000
around.
would work for me.
2,000, okay, so 3
You
and
wanna add it or
1.
you wanna move it from another?
Well, we can move it, I don't, what do y'all feel? You wanna move it or
Precinct
add it
3.
from?
Well, let's look at each budget by precinct and see if y'all wanna just move it from another line item. Just so it's more realistic, so you can pay for them without having a budget amendment.
Greg's first.
Does 2,000 sound all right with everybody?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you wanna,
Joe, you
you
agree
wanna
with that?
change it from another line item, move that down, which one? you
Yes,
want?
just take mine out of
Construction
construction.
materials or
Take
wherever.
it out of
Okay.
construction material.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes, it's gonna be a weather alert.
You sure?
Hot.
Where do you wanna take yours from?
He is not,
Rashad's
here.
gonna- she's gonna say it.
I'd like to take mine out of my salary.
He's gone.
Oh, I couldn't see him, okay, turn his chair around.
I think he said he won't take it out of his salary, Judge. Megan, I'm gonna take mine out of other, cause that's what I swapped it out of when I put it around that day.
So 10,005 on that line item?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
No, I didn't even see it.
You,
Well, he
You
should.
take mine out of construction, so wherever's easiest
Okay.
for you.
doesn't work, take it out of construction. So,
Rashad's is different from ours, cause he has a
He has a
uniform contract.
But you can see what it's saying.
Rashad, where
What do
would
you
you
want
like, go ahead. Uniform expense. I'm adding 2,000 to everyone's uniform expense because it's $1. Would you like to, everyone's taking it from a different place in their budget. Where would you like it to come from?
I took mine out of capital outlay.
Yeah, I'll say,
You said Capital Outlay?
you can go to capital outlay on mine.
Where Rashad's is gonna have to be more
How
than
much, yeah?
2,000.
cause he's got a uniform service, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, right now I'm at 2,900, and well, I mean that's why I spent 22. Current budget is at. Wait, I'm on the wrong one. I'm on.
Yeah, you.
But right now I'm at
For
15.
2022, it's 10,390.
Yeah, right now I'm at 15. I think last year it came to be almost. It was a little. Yeah, this one y'all have for 22 is not right, but it should be right around $3,000 what I should hit. I'm waiting for my contract to go out, and I'm gonna try to see about getting onto what
I
other
think
commissions.
that will not go out till next year.
I know. I've
Towards
tried
the
to,
end of this year.
So
I
how
tried
much,
to look at it and change it this year, and I couldn't.
so how much we need to put there?
So he's gonna be 10,000 at the end.
Figure out what you need on that
You're
line.
Well, I would say if you just put 3,
right
I might just go over,
So that
100 or so.
52 is not a realistic number. That's where we were at in June.
Well, I mean, last year you spent 10.
Or did something get moved from one item to the other or something?
That's why I quit reading stuff.
What happened with that one, we had a bunch of part-timers last year. So,
That's what he's saying.
yeah, you're gonna have to put 3 with that too. If you do, it'll be around 5. I may go over 500.
So if you don't use it, we can always move to another line.
So if you just put 5,000 budget in there and just take it from my capital outlay for now.
5,000?
Yeah, if I need to move it around.
Okay, so capital outlay goes to 55,
Can't get no road.
5 to uniform.
Well, I'm trying to get out the contract, but it's a 36-month contract or something.
Yeah, it doesn't end until next year.
Yeah.
Automatically renews, you better watch it.
I gotta catch it, bro. Got a post-it note, and I even got
You
the.
just send
And
them
you
a
have to
letter.
let them know so many
You
days.
got 30 days, you got
Yeah.
30 to 60 days before it come out of it.
So we got all
Okay,
those
so
going to
Road
pay.
and Bridge 1, 2,000 from 2 uniform expense from construction materials, sorry.
Okay.
Road and Bridge 3, 5,000 from capital
No,
outlay.
no, let's change mine. Just take it from construction materials and keep me at 60 down there so I can buy some equipment.
Okay, Road and Bridge 3, 5,000 from construction materials, Road and Bridge 3, I say 2?
No, Road and Bridge 2,
No, you don't.
5,000 from construction.
From construction materials, Road and Bridge 3 from other, 2,000, and Road and Bridge 4, 2,000 from capital outlay, right? You said capital outlay a second ago.
Oh, did I?
No, he
Yes,
said-
that's why I was like, oh,
No, he
capital
said
outlay.
construction.
I know, but then he came back and said capital
Oh, I
outlay, and I
didn't hear
changed it.
Dumb,
So,
dumb.
so tell us where you wanted it.
Construction,
Okay, all
I'm
right,
sorry,
No,
okay.
okay.
my bad.
All right, so that's all those. Page 62, this is the shop. Only change there, we increased, uniform expenses there to, 1,400, because they were at 658, so. To date, they were at $658.
Sure.
What page you?
That's a $400 increase. Okay.
Oh.
Anybody got any questions about that? That's
Got
all the
shop
changes.
on 62.
Now let's, I think we need to. I'm trying to think. Okay, you did a proposed, I asked you to put something together on the Veterans Office. To move that 10,000 something out of, $10,080 or $10,800.
Yeah.
It's, in the
That's for
rental.
the rent.
Of the rental, because we're not renting the building anymore.
Do you wanna pass this down? And then also the,
Let me look at
the hourly I put on there as well.
What page you on?
Yeah, if you go back, it's a,
Which
we
one?
passed it.
Veterans service,
Yes.
under page 56.
Okay.
So we're going back to that?
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Judge,
let's
pass those
just,
down.
because they've got, some other expenses to look at. We can talk about the salary separate. This one, we need to talk about, if we're gonna make a motion and approve all the other stuff. So, let's see. So moving 3,200 to supplies, 3,000 to other, and 4,000 to furniture and equipment. Is that right? Maybe?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. So is everybody okay with that on the expenditures for their office?
The top part.
Being in other, that gives them some options there, what they
It's gonna
need.
be down here at the bottom, right, for the supply.
Yeah. Was it from Mark?
No, I give him
Mark,
It goes from 1,000.
all right.
The, is that
Change
enough?
it.
Hold on one second.
Will that help get him some help
Is this
there?
The top part, just the top part.
Dr. Say?
Well, on the salaries,
Yeah.
I was wanting to try to up what he's getting,
Mm-hmm.
and then
to
So,
25?
Supplies.
It's going to 32 from 1,000, right?
In other
No,
words,
that's adding
24,000,
32.
he's
That's
22
adding
to
32 to the budget,
25,000,
so
with about
42.
$20 an hour, okay? For 3 days a week. And doing another part-time, the same salary
And then other will be.
at the very, at $20 a week, okay?
$20
So
an hour.
that's
3 days.
that's what I was gonna suggest.
Because that's not.
Okay? So, because that person's gotta be certified,
Right.
they're gonna be
Gotta
working
the
with
same.
HIPAA documents, they're gonna have to have criminal background checks and all that stuff. So,
No, they need help.
Okay, now I'm catching it.
anyway, so, now, on the hourly, now that's gonna be the assistant, right? The 20, okay.
The part-time.
Is that about $16 an hour, 15? Okay.
But the salary hourly, that's what
Vernon's
Vernon's
out of.
comes out of too, right?
Yes.
Everything.
Yeah, but this.
Did you say adding somebody a minute ago? I'm sorry, I was talking to Greg
Okay,
a
what
second
we were
ago.
talking about is, you know, the 25 that I was taking out of IT capital expenditures to move over here to add a second veteran service officer, part-time. And that way maybe they can do Monday, Wednesday, Fridays, where he's doing Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursdays. I know we're talking about salary, but we're trying to do a whole budget here for that office, so that was kind of my thinking, and maybe, using part of that 10,000 to help get us to where we needed to be,
Essentially, if you
without
had,
really changing the overall budget a whole lot. Do what?
essentially, if you had, Vernon and somebody else and y'all made a contract that they were both paid 25,000 each, you're really only adding the 25,672, the bottom part, to the budget,
Okay.
which will pay for that part-time person.
So
It's
they'll
working.
both be making $20 an hour,
No,
roughly.
yeah, but of course, that will have to go record an agenda item to
Right.
approve them,
Right.
but yes.
But if we put that in there, that's what they'll be.
Yes.
That's where they'll be at.
Yeah, I mean, it's in there if y'all wanted to do it. So
So,
essentially, you're only adding 25,672 to the budget.
but this second down here, now that's just a part-time secretary, right?
Right, because it's already budgeted 50,000. So if you wanted them, both Vernon and someone else, if you hired them, making 25 each, 25,000 salary a year each.
Okay, and this is a slight increase for the secretary, right?
Well, that's just adding additional money to pay for that person.
Okay, all right.
But if you got another part-time, I mean, that way, if they could rotate their time, you'd have a full-time service office open.
That's
But
what
the-
I was thinking.
But the problem they've got is that they've got young women that come in there quite a bit, and Vernon's would really like to have a woman to be able to address
Work
them.
with those ladies.
And then, he needs more help as far as, for his department with the men. They stay busy stacked up over there.
Well, I called him and asked him to come over, and that's one of the, I said, what are your goals, what are you looking at? And that was the same thing, he told me he'd like somebody that could help with the veterans, female veterans, and
He has
maybe
one.
some of the ones that have recently gotten out, that are younger veterans,
Right.
because they may have different issues and that they need to be dealt with, and, because of different wars,
Right.
understanding.
But the office needs to stay open
Yeah, if we can get them
every
open
day.
5 days a week, maybe by that, y'all think that's all right?
I'm fine with
Yeah,
that.
they need to be open. I mean, that's what his problem is now. He's getting a lot of people that has a lot of problems that can't get addressed.
Okay.
Okay, so.
Is everybody okay on this?
Just so we're clear, the top part of decreasing the office lease and increasing supplies other, and then adding furniture equipment, y'all are good with that one?
Is that enough for the labor support?
Okay, let me kind of bring y'all up to speed on the things that we've done, okay? Of course, we talked about, we got the roof fixed, so that's not an issue. They just, IT, and actually, and I didn't know this, but I was asking them about their computers. IT's just put 2 new, Windows 11, computers in their office, so they got brand spanking new computers. We just ordered a printer scanner for them, because y'all know the copier that we were taking from the clerk's office? Well, IT's expressing, one thing, we have contracts for those, so they have to be serviced. we got several copiers that are about to go out on, and have to either on the service stuff. So we're gonna be replacing some. I was looking at the one in the Lexington office going down there, but the one at the Lexington office, there's gonna be about 6 other offices that I talked to Misty about. She gave me a list of where we can move that one to another office where that's gonna be doing a lot more copying than they are. So we got them a copier scanner. It's a little over $300, $400, okay? So that's on order. So we got them fiber optic. They wanted another line. They had 2 phone lines, but we put Vonage down there and we actually come out a little cheaper, didn't we, Mike?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right, so we put Vonage in. They got 2 phone lines and 1 fax. Now, at some point, we get another service officer, we're going to put another phone line in. Okay, we'll just deal with that. And then we'll have to put another computer in there. But we should, because they've been trying to buy some stuff ahead when they had the budget, we still got to get them set up and be able to be deployed. But at the same time, we've got some computers that we can do that with. I've got another issue, just like, and don't let me forget this, Judge Duran's asked for something in his part-time, okay?
I haven't written over here.
Okay, all right. But all of a sudden, he's got a part-time person and that's gonna be working more hours. And so they asked for a laptop. We didn't have a laptop, but we've got all those brand new desktops, those 16 that was sitting there. And so I told him, go ahead and take one, put that on Elizabeth's desk, and put hers on the part-time person's desk to get them set up.
Right.
Because we didn't have the laptop. So we're trying to make sure everybody's getting what they need, okay?
But they got, when we restored that building last, year and a half ago, it's got brand new floors, new ceilings, new walls. We only patched the roof and it didn't hold, so we got the roof on it now. This building will accommodate and meet their needs. They've got a good type foyer to have people come in. They've got the 2 and 3 extra offices. They've got break rooms in there. It's much better, and air conditioning that they didn't have in the mall, because they shut it off. So we're at an advantage to the facilities that they have now. We just need to staff it. You know what I'm saying? And I think that that's one thing that needs to be very much thought about with making sure that we have our veteran services up.
Okay. Well, I thought we needed to kind of include that stuff,
Yes.
like for the office supplies and all, when we make a motion on, trying to make sure that I don't miss something. Oh, on the historical commission.
Wait, so, veteran service officer, I just wanna make sure this is what the court wants. So, decrease office lease to 0, and then add the supplies, the additional supplies, other furniture equipment. They'll take care of that. And then adding the 20,000 for salary hourly, and then the associated benefits. But decreasing the IT capital outlay by $25,000. So essentially, it only cost the budget $672. Is that what the court wants to do?
We'll start there. That's what y'all want to think about. For me.
Yeah, because you took
I see a 1
25
and a
out
2
of IT
nods.
plus the 10 twos.
And then stairs.
I mean, that's fine. The office lease always went back to general fund.
Yeah,
We've never spent it
Okay.
since I've been on the court.
Well, I mean, when we're done, I'll print this out, and then
Okay.
we can vote on it.
Can we, in the motion, when we do all this other expenses, can we do that and then do the veteran's salaries separate? And the reason I wanna do that is because I wanna make sure we're clear on exactly that we're getting the right amounts.
I'm making it
Can you
right now.
fix a
I'm gonna
little
print
Excel or
it
something?
just like this of the changes that you're making,
So-
the increases.
So 2 veteran service officers, 25,000.
Okay.
Okay. All right. And then the part-time, okay. Is that all right with everybody that we do those separately?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. On the historical commission, though, it costs about $2,000 per marker. And,
First one, find a shop number.
what page is that on?
Thank you, Mike.
109.
No, that's great.
So there's $430 there. I talked to David Franklin, who chairs the Historical Commission, and we didn't get to talk about this earlier, so he's not here today. But about $2,000 for each marker. So they're planting one, so I'd like to go ahead, because we've run into this before where they were planning, somebody's working on another one, and all of a sudden they're ready to go with it. So we could put in for, I think did he say 4,500?
Yeah, he said if we
For
put in
shipping?
4,500 plus this 430, that should cover two of them plus the shipping.
So it'd be $5,000.
That's, yeah.
Is he the one in charge of getting them together now?
He still sets the head of that deal,
I
but
know Jimmy used to do it. He
yes.
does a great job at it.
I know when we talked to him, we were talking about 4,500, and we was talking about shipping, and I think we said that we'd put 5,000 in there, and he said that that would get two plus shipping. He felt.
So if we just put 4,500, leave the 430 for any other expenses? Is that all right with everybody?
This will have to be a
You need to
transfer.
have another line item?
This will have to be a transfer from the general fund.
Okay,
That's what cut some more.
Okay, so how much do you wanna add?
an extra 4,500
An extra 4,500.
to cover two markers and the shipping for the two markers. So that'd be 4930 total.
Correct.
All right?
Hang on just a second.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, I'll entertain a motion to approve all the other expenses that we made changes to as the court has made those changes. And approve them for our budget for 2024.
So much.
Motion by Commissioner Dix, do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Hill, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? So ordered. You wanna do a lunch break? Or do you wanna keep going?
That's fine.
Huh? Let's take 5 if we.
Yeah, at least that, we can take a
I'm
break.
good for keeping going,
Okay.
if y'all,
I'm fine.
everybody good with that?
No problem.
Okay.
Okay, all right. Let's take 5 minutes,
10 minutes.
restroom break. All right, we'll, Commissioners Court reconvene and, still on, budget workshop. If y'all would look at page 31, and Judge Duran is requesting, let's see, let me get his request out here. He's asking to, let's see, raise, I'm sure I got the right line on. The salary hourly, it's showing $1,000. He's requesting that go to 5,000. Cause he's got somebody that's working more hours in there for him. They're working 18 hours a week, so y'all okay with that one?
Where's that coming from?
Well, I mean, at this point, anything we add to this proposed comes from fund balance. So, unless we start, you know.
That'll essentially cost the budget an additional $845. with
If you go up to
taxes.
5,000,
If you add 4,000 to it.
4,000.
The total cost of the budget will be $48.45.
Let me mention this, cause it's probably something needs to get said anyway, but a lot of times, and the sheriff can probably chime in on this too, a lot of times you got somebody that's arrested on a felony charge, but they may have 2 or 3 misdemeanors that they're charged with also. That happens all the time, okay? So you got 1 felony charge going to the district court, you got 4 district judges. You got 2 or 3 misdemeanor charges. So you're getting 2 and 3 times the charges in the misdemeanor courts. Judge Duran's court, county court at law, and my court, county court, okay? So, he's got a court reporter, and we're both trying to do as much in sharing the load as we can. But I just want to point out, there's a whole lot of activity going on in his court and my court. And so, and his especially, because he's doing family law cases, he's got concurrent jurisdiction with the district courts on some of the family law stuff. And he's doing child welfare cases and those kind of things. So anyway, I'm just saying the workload in that office, $5,000 to help him, I don't have a problem with it, so.
They just want folks out of jail and sent where they need to go.
Oh, I know, and he's doing the OP, he's doing all the order of protected custody on the mental health, cause he's got a court reporter, so. I'm fine with it, everybody else is.
I'm good with it.
Okay. Everybody else okay?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Okay, so county court at law salary hourly from 1,000 to 5,000. You got that one, Lee?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I forgot to also add on other expenses when we were talking about it. The jury pay is going up in September from $6 to $20. So I think that maybe we should move money or add money to Judge Duran's court for teachers, and then also in the district court for teachers. Is grand jury going up too? And grand jury too, maybe.
Pettit jurors?
Pettit jurors, I'm sorry.
Okay.
How much is grand jury going up, same?
From 40 to 58.
I'm sorry, what was it?
From 40 to 58 on grand jury. I mean, so like on district court, right now, half a year, we've spent $46.40 out of $8,700 on grand jurors. So that's essentially gonna go up if we pay 58, and then we've paid 20,000 out of 47,000, but it's gonna go up.
So y'all got a suggestion on what we need to move that to?
I mean, 20,000 and just see where it ends next year. where we're at next year?
Add 10 to it,
Yes.
so a total of
32.
20,000 on Pettigrew, on county court at law?
Yes.
Okay. And then on the district courts,
Oh, county court law, I'm sorry. Yes,
And
yes.
how much are you gonna put on the county court of law? Same thing, or?
I thought that's what this said.
well, now we're back to other expenses. But we need to do it.
So the county court of law, you doing the same amount, adding 10
Yeah, of
to
course.
both?
No, no.
I'd add 10 to Pettigrews
On both of them,
on
that's what
county
that-
court at law, and then maybe 20 on district court, because, I mean, they do more. There's 4 courts.
So yes.
So what page on the district courts?
32.
And she said add 20 there.
She's saying it needs 20, is what she's
I mean,
saying.
we can just
So is
start
that
there
gonna
and see
do-
where
so is
we
that
end
gonna
up
be
next
60?
year.
So you're at 47 now, you wanna go
So
to
you're talking about
67?
67?
Yeah. Or do y'all wanna add 10? I mean, I think it's gonna go over budget.
We're at, what, 20,000?
20,000 now, we're less than halfway there.
That might not, well, no, that should include June's.
If you go up 10, that'd be
Let's go
57.
10.
Okay.
How about 10
Okay,
to 57? So that's a total of 20,000 for both of those. Is that okay with y'all?
what about grand jury?
Now on this side, she wants to do grand jury. How much,
Yeah.
how much do you have for grand jury?
There's 8750, and
Yes,
we've already
sir.
spent
Yes, sir.
4640 this year, so we're at half this year.
2,000 or more?
Or you wanna add 5,000 to it, to grand jury? Grand jury's gonna go over budget as well.
That's the line item right under the judge.
Just take it to, we'll take it just to 12,000 even.
That's fine on me.
Okay.
Go 12,000?
I meant to bring that up.
On
in
grand
my-
jury?
Yes.
Okay. Y'all okay on that one? Okay. Is there anything else that, before we get to salaries,
That was it.
that's all right.
Sorry.
Hey, I've been
I thought
making
that was
notes, right? Probably forgot some too. Okay. All right, so let's do this in a separate motion then. I'll entertain a motion to approve moving the pettit jurors in the county court at law to a total of 20,000 and the pettit jurors in the district courts to 57,000 and the grand jurors to 12,000. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Hill, do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Mims, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? So ordered. Okay. All right. So what do y'all wanna do on salaries? I mean, you know what my opinion is, so that's what I put in the proposed, but in doing the proposed, that's just an educated guess or it's an idea, okay? Whatever the court does, that's us. That's a we decision, okay? So in the proposed, that doesn't mean that that's my budget, that's just a proposal. So, you know, so you know what my position was on that. But I'm open and listening, so.
Well, I think, before I expressed mine, that I thought they were all fine with the $2,400 added to them. So that was my position.
I'm the same with that. 2,400 straight across.
Anybody else?
With the changes,
Margie, did you wanna talk to the court?
Not yet,
Okay.
with the changes to the budget,
but
sorry. So when I put in $400 across the board for everybody, that was the only raises, not including elected officials. And then also reducing the extension office agents, the raise that I inadvertently gave them. It'll be a reduction in the budget from the proposed $15,441. expenses,
All right, and
just general fund.
because I think it needs to be noted that we've got two positions that are in that too, so I wanna make sure those are counted in what we do in a motion. Okay?
Which two?
That's gonna be the new mental health officer that was in the proposal, it's already in here, those two they're already in here, so we can include, and then the IT person. Because that was a new position, we created it this year, but it's a new item for our budget. The position has been created by the court. So I just,
Would you say the part-time position in the veterans
Oh,
office
I
also?
printed it out. Sorry. Here's the,
yeah, well, there's,
you wanna hit this down?
yes,
This
you're
is
right.
essentially what the budget, what the increase or decrease will be for the budget with the $2,400 COLA
And
raise.
as Commissioner Mims just pointed out, we need to address putting the part-time person, another part-time person in the veteran service
what
office.
he's saying.
Okay.
Well, if you wanna make, if y'all wanna make this motion to match this for the COLA raise, but it also.
This is with the 2,400,
Yes, and then it fixes the
and those positions
agents.
are in there. The
Yes.
two new positions are, okay.
Yes.
What about the veteran service office?
No, that is on that second half of the other page I already gave y'all.
So,
Okay.
will
So
we-
we can make that as part of the motion.
Yes.
Is that
End of this
okay?
page.
All right, so I'll just entertain a motion. I'll entertain a motion to approve the salaries, at 2,400 across the board with the Veteran Service Office, a new part-time position in the Veteran Service Office, and raising the Veteran Service Officer to 25,000 in both those positions. And in the increase that's so noted in the handout, the salary or part-time salary, 20,000 even? On the part-time
It
person?
was 20,000 and then all the
I
retirement
understand.
taxes,
And everything to
25,672.
Yeah, all the supplements, okay. With the two new positions of the, mental health officer and IT officer. I'll entertain that motion.
Okay, just a second.
Okay.
This is making the changes to 2,400 of what is in the proposed. Okay, I just want to make sure you know.
Yeah, okay. And this would change the proposed to what this motion
Yes, sir.
is stated. And I'm gonna vote for the motion because I want our people to get the raise just like y'all do, okay? So,
These little numbers are all just the difference between the
From the proposed to.
the two.
Well, and that also includes in that motion the 5,000 for the hourly for the county court office.
No, that's not included.
No, I'm saying in the motion
Okay.
includes going to 5,000
Going to
hours
5,000.
for the county court office.
Okay.
I'll tell you what, I'll just do,
Some of the positions were more than 2,000. That's taking them down. This is going from the
Gotcha.
proposed to.
Some are up, some are
So
down.
this is going from proposed
Yeah,
to
that's up, that's down.
2,400.
Okay. Yeah, the
Yeah,
one
so
subtraction, one's addition, I got you.
So the total overall budget will be decreased by 15,000. In the general. This is what's gonna be, this is, what department are you with? That's what's gonna be proposed if you're doing 2,400. Okay, and that's what that reflects.
What are y'all thinking about on the extension services for the three salaries that, or that we have the stipend for, or whatever?
Because that's what y'all want.
Y'all wanna leave that alone with, cause of the rest of them, or?
Sir?
So anybody, you like with the extension office, they're not getting the raise, but they're along with any other ones. You know, I mean,
Well, I think Commissioner Hill brought that up a while ago. How many, are there other supplement salaries that
There
we
is.
don't supplement?
Because I was thinking
I mean, 'cause
proposed
I'm in favor
is
of
24.
no, I got you.
raising their salary, but I don't know how many other supplements are out there
That you would have to look at as well.
we'd have
I
to
got
look
you,
at.
yeah.
That's what he was asking.
I didn't
more
realize
about.
that,
I
so.
think there's two. How many you got, Margie? Two? People that we supplement their
She
salary.
got about 6, 7.
Oh, is it?
No,
Okay.
she got,
The increase supplement on
she gets something.
There's 12 positions that get a supplement.
Yeah, so I was gonna say on her. side.
12,
Okay.
12,
I
she
thought
said.
it was a two with, McQuarrie, with the law firm.
But they get a,
I
they
have a
all get
question.
a supplement. I mean, that's on top of.
We're gonna keep giving that supplement to the,
Yes.
to the tax office.
Yeah, the 2,100.
Yes, so with that being said, if we're gonna keep giving them a supplement, have
But
y'all.
you don't have to. You can take that and put it back into their
That's what I'm
salaries,
saying.
and they wouldn't be in jeopardy of losing it. You know, whenever it first come about to get it, there was no such money anywhere. That's
So
what
we
Karen
created-
Smith said.
We created a supplement.
Yeah, so when I found the collections money, I said, what are we doing? She said, it's going into the general fund. I said, can we give that to them? And so they
Why
did.
can't we just put that in their salary?
You can put it into their salaries,
in
and
their
then they
salary,
wouldn't be
be part of
threatened
it.
with ever losing. It'd just be a part of their salary, and that'll go back in the
Cause I
general
mean,
fund.
we're getting
Am I
to them,
telling
we're
her
not
correct
taking
on
them
that?
away. So why don't we put it in their salaries?
I think Marty wanted to address it.
Did you understand what I was asking?
No, I
Ms.
did
Marshall?
not.
Okay, so you have a supplement line item there, and it's the extra $2,100 we give your employees, all 12 of them. But we've been doing this for how many years now, baby?
Since 2015.
15, yeah. that's
And
what
Eight.
yeah.
And it's called supplement, but it's part of their salary.
It
I
is.
don't think it's the court's intention or anybody here to take it away. Why don't we just include that in the salary and cut or loose this supplement, for your office all across the board? So we include that $2,100 to their salary line item.
Let me just say this before we get into discussion. If you do that, then you're increasing, instead of 2,400, you're increasing their salaries 4,500.
Well, no, sir, because they're already
They're
getting
already
supplement.
getting it.
So
And
what
it's
we're
just-
doing is doing away
it's
that
just gonna
line
be-
item.
It's gonna be
But
the
that's
same
what it's
number.
gonna look like on
I
the budget.
understand, but that's what it looks like.
But see, with that supplement there, say for instance, any of us not here,
Well, see, Teresa
they can
may
take
get
that
a-
supplement away.
See, we're working on a supplement for Teresa's office. They got I found out about new legislation, and she can't, that's what she was talking about, she can't get it right now.
Yes, sir.
But I asked her, it's kinda like the sheriff's office, they got $500,000, the DA's office got $500,000. And some of that can either supplement or create positions. And so if we get into that, we're gonna be having all these different offices with different opportunities, and we're changing the normal base salaries if we start doing that. And then what if that goes away?
And see, but that's the difference. The tax office is a supplement funded by us, correct?
No,
No.
that is
That's
supplemented
fine.
by the entities.
It's by the entities
Yes.
that have from all the school districts and everybody.
Yes.
That's our collections, and before it went straight to general fund.
But like the other ones are, but what I'm saying is, it's going to general fund, but the other ones are, coming from, like, we have, say the VAVA, it's a match toward a grant. Right? Those supplement line items we had there.
No, the one that's in the district attorney's office, that was a grant, and the
It
grant,
went away.
the grant was cut.
So we
the
had to
court,
fund that money,
the court decided to fund it,
so we didn't cut that salary.
right.
Yes.
But that 21,000, that should have never been done that way. I mean, whenever I asked her, she said, well, it goes to the general fund. It just should have went to the general fund and gave them the raise up, but it just couldn't be done like that then. That was what they were proposed to.
Who's she?
I don't know.
Karen
You talking-
Smith.
Okay, so I wanna clarify something.
So
Yeah,
why
you talking
couldn't,
about Karen and Terry.
Okay, let Margie speak.
well, just back to what you were saying, why couldn't it be done then and it can be done now?
Because she told me it could not be done. That's what she said. It's exactly the same as whenever we had insurance issues and we took $400,000 from Road and Bridge to cover the tab. And it could have come out of general fund with about a $7 billion fund balance then, but it couldn't be done.
Basically.
And I was not, I was ignorant to it, and that's all. So
Thank you.
whenever I asked her about why can't we get some more money, if you remember, Socorro was making about 26, 27 in that range. You was at 35, and then she said that this, what you was playing another role, but we was trying to get that particular group of girls up. And she said, I said, what is this 21? It's the monies that we collected from the entities. I said, what do we do with it? She said, it's deposited in general fund every year. I said, well, if it enhances general fund, why can't it enhance the office? She said, it can. I said, then let's do it. So we proposed it to the court, and the court unanimously decided to take the collections from the entities and give it back to collections. That was where the money was coming in. Then still not knowing that the monies that we were spending was really probably exceeding the amount of monies we were collecting. You and I have had that discussion. So it was still already a direct hit for, our fund balance as far as that goes or anything we had, but it still give us some way to enhance it. So then the biggest challenge was she said that if that ever goes away, that's where you and I had that discussion, we could lose it. So, I don't want that to happen. I don't think we'll ever quit collecting for the entities because of legislation that's made it to where if it's over 30,000, we have to collect it.
Correct.
So we're gonna always, and we might be collecting more than 21 now, I don't know. We just gathered the 21 whenever we desperately went to Terry with it, and she split it evenly among everybody. That was her choice, though. We didn't make her.
Do you want to know what this year we're going to collect?
Yes, ma'am, I'd like to know that, somewhere 30,
58,000.
58, see?
And next year we'll collect more than that.
So it's
Because
just
we're
a
taking on a
portion.
different entity.
It's not even 50% of what we're collecting.
Correct.
But
Which-
I think what Mr. Mims is talking about, I
Yeah, I
guess, is
just want
just
to protect that.
the
by going ahead and
security of that
including
to not
in the
go
salary.
away.
How will that protect it?
Because, say for instance, this court is not here today. A new court come in and that court wants to take that away. Oh, we don't want to give them that supplement. We want it to go back to general fund. That court has the right to do that. But if we go ahead and put it in your salary today,
That's right.
it's protected.
That's
It's
not
not going
protected.
away.
You
We
can still
don't.
take it away.
No.
I think
The
it's
court would
harder
have
for
to
the court to
decrease the salary.
reduce the salary, but you can
Yes.
still take it away.
Yes, but I mean, they would have
Yeah.
to reduce the salary.
It
Who's
reduces
gonna come in and
salary
reduce the
then,
salary?
right?
You're
Instead
still
of
And
reducing the
X
salary if you take it
All right,
away.
hold on, everybody.
Who's to
There's no way
say,
Mark can get record on this.
who's to say that a new court won't come in and say, oh, the tax office makes more than another office?
That's right.
Let's not even give them a raise this year.
They could.
Who's to say that?
That could
You're
happen.
right.
See, this is the
That
thing,
could happen.
Teresa's working right now on new legislation, she gets $1,000 a month for all the cases filed with TDCJ. Okay, that was, when Janice was here, from what I understand, that was for their office. Now, it was taken away and stuck in the general fund, okay? Which, there's an argument whether that was even the appropriate thing to do, but a different administration made that decision. But right now, we're working on $100,000 potential for 2025, and that's what she was talking about on some new legislation we found out about. I found out from TAC, and we've been talking to the Walker County. If you got like 4 or 5 prisons, she's taking a tremendous amount of filings in her office for inmate cases. And, you got inmates on inmate attacks or guards. You've got civil processes and everything else that's going on. So, I mean, for me, I'd rather leave the supplement, and at some point down the road, some court says, if it's going away, then you can incorporate it into the salary, but I don't see it going away right now.
No.
I'd rather
wouldn't
leave
think
it
they
where
would.
it's at. It's a little bit cleaner, because I don't want somebody to see the back of this book and see that the tax assessor collectors just got a $2,100 increase above everybody else in the county. That's the way it looks.
That's right.
And so I'd just like to leave it like it is right now. We can always look at it again down the road.
Yeah, and that's fine. It's just that was really the intentions of the court. I felt like the
That's
way
what it was.
it was presented, that we was trying to get her, Terry was in office then, trying to get Terry to get her girls up. you know, we had one that was bilingual and she was doing, I
We
think
have three
she was-
now that's bilingual.
Yeah, they were making like 27 to 29, and that got them up to 30 or 31 with the 2,000, whatever it was. And because I had the discussion with her that why she didn't fix the ones that she was mainly concerned with, and instead of spreading it even, she said I couldn't, you know, not give all of them the same, so that was her choice, you know, as the head of the office. So, but she got that money. But I knew that money was having to grow with what we were doing, but that was just what we stimulated it to try to compete with those other classes, you know. But I mean, I don't have no problems leaving it as a supplement. It's
Me neither. I just thought it would be
different behind.
It would help protect them in my eyesight. But I can go back to what Commissioner Chapin was saying over here is that a lot of those recommendations from TAC that was told to the court by a previous auditor were only recommendations, and we were interpreted that they were the law, and some of those changes need to be done, and that was just to be given, I guess, their point of view to change Anderson County's process to the way they wanted it to be. And so now we're being more aware, we're getting a lot of understanding ourselves to make sure we understand what's going on here and try to protect it and better it for Anderson County employees ourselves, instead of taking just what we're told from.
Right, I understand that.
You understand what I'm
But
saying?
it was a pay scale supplement was my side of
And
it
Judge,
was.
back to what
I don't know everybody else, but I was trying to get them somewhere higher than what they were.
Back to what you were saying, Judge. You brought up a big thing with the 4 prisons. See, we had 5, but we have 4 in Anderson County. And I know we're talking about all this in loop together, but you know, Mark could be here with it. He could talk about it right now too. Is that now the fiber is out there at TDCJ and here in Anderson County. I mean, for as you being in the judicial side and the rest of the other judges and everything, along with all those cases that district clerk is having and everybody else, and Mark, you can help me with this. Sheriff too, wouldn't those video hearings help out, cut down and make it safer in the courthouse and make the process a lot faster where we can get these inmates and everybody rolling and going? Also with the TDCJ cases that are going on now?
I mean, I can't speak for the district judge,
I understand that.
okay? This is what I think. I'd rather somebody standing right here in front of me that I can talk to or ask questions and they can ask me questions. And I don't have to worry about anybody standing there influencing them. That's what I think.
Okay, so you think
Does
behind
that
the
make
camera?
sense to you?
I understand. You think
Somebody
behind the
could
camera there could be somebody.
I'm not saying there is, but I'm just saying somebody could be standing behind the camera and I don't even see it, okay? And that's my personal opinion. But I got people standing there that might ask a question that they don't understand something, where they might not if they're a long ways off, okay? So, and I'm sure the district judges have their, and Judge Duran have their opinions too. I mean, the stuff had to work during COVID because they were still trying to move cases. And for some things, it's fine. But in others, when you're taking pleas, you want to make sure that it was voluntary. That there's no
Not
questions.
influence. I understand that.
Okay.
From a safety standpoint, though, in your courthouse, transporting those TDCJ offenders into the court and general population with people and everything, and sheriff and their staff and your bailiffs and everybody. Mark, you understand where I was going with that too, right?
No, I understand. And some of it I think is appropriate. But sometimes that's going to be at the preference of the judge.
Yes.
So, and I'm not going to try to tell them how to run their court. I don't want them trying to tell me how to run mine.
Yes.
Okay.
I will say this. It's very frustrating to come in, work on budget, and that's what you hear is, y'all have a supplement, y'all have a supplement, I know we have a supplement. And I'm glad to hear that y'all don't want to take that away. That's just, that's relief. That is a relief. Our employees work hard. Like Mark and I was saying last week or week before last when we talked, I don't know what his department does. I don't know how hard they work. I'm sure they work very hard. We work very hard. We put up with a lot of the same, and what Teresa was saying, the cussings, y'all are stupid, you don't know your job. I mean, I know the sheriff's, everybody probably deals with that. But it's very frustrating when we have this money and there's a possibility it will be taken away.
Margie, who said anything about taking it away?
It can always be taken, we hear that, it can
I know, but
always be
nobody
taken
on
away.
this court.
No.
I mean, we was talking
No,
about.
I just told her, I
That's why I
said, being
wanted
a
to protect it
supplement,
and put it
we
in
were
your
talking about
salaries.
it, if the supplement never went away, in other words, if we quit collecting that money's not there to give. We're giving the money we're collecting, but the chances of it never being there, it wasn't. That's what Margie and I was,
Right, but it's never been
Yeah.
put this way. Never been put this
Yeah,
way.
but I mean, no one said.
It's always brought up, it is
Yeah,
never
that's-
talked out and explained this way, and I appreciate that.
Yes.
But I think that-
I appreciate
protect
this
y'all.
conversation.
Yeah. And with
That's
Rash-
conversation.
that's
Yes.
right, with Rashad's proposal to put it into a permanent deal just to protect y'all, cause you had made
You
that
never
statement the
lose
other day.
Right, I
But
don't, yes.
that, to me, was put in there for their salary, and it was put in there at the time, Ms. Smith said that it could not be, had to be as a supplement, cause if it changed, we would have to change it and all that. Well, the whole time we could have supplemented with something else.
Okay.
But I was told different, that's what, and I don't, I was still learning.
Me too.
Do you feel better now?
I do feel a lot better. And I know our employees who are listening do too.
They
so.
would never get a yes for me to take your supplement away. I'd vote this instance to put it to your salary permanently to whatever it is, but y'all are right in brackets. I mean, you're talking about this 33,760 being at that, 37 to 38,000, back in there where everybody else is at, with the supplement. So that was on I don't know, yours was way down.
And if
Yeah.
you take that 33, with it, they'll get like a 7% instead of, other people.
But there's several gonna get that 7.
Yes, sir.
7 to 7.5.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
But no, that wouldn't be my chance.
Okay,
By
Thank
no
you.
means.
that's what I wanted to hear. I
ma'am.
appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We got a motion, I'm not sure that I remember what it was.
Now, y'all don't stir Miss Margie up again, cause she was finna come off on us, wasn't she?
That's her job, though.
Look, she not listening. Miss Margie?
That's her
I
job.
said, I don't think we wanna stir you up again, cause you finna come unhinged on us.
That's good.
Somebody
That's
let her
what
off the
you need to
leash.
do. I'm proud of you. That's what you need to be. You the front line. You the front line.
You want me to entertain the motion again one more time?
They were just talking about putting it
So we're
into the
clear?
salary. So I don't understand the part.
I don't know if anybody make the motion. I just.
Yeah, did anybody
Nobody
make
ever
the,
made the motion, no, I just entertained the motion. So let me read through this again. Let me ask this, I guess we need to include, so there's no confusion on the certification page, the sheriff's office, DA's office. We've already approved it for the constable. So that needs to be part of the motion too.
Well, it's in the proposed. I think this is just changes, right?
I understand, but since we're changing to just 24 across the board,
Oh,
I wanna make sure there's no confusion
Oh,
about
okay.
that, cause I want somebody to come back and say,
okay.
they just get 2,400, okay? So I'll entertain a motion to approve a $2,400 across the board raise for, all the employees, with a $600 increase to certification pay, sheriff's department employees, district attorney's office, and the constables are already approved. So in the DA's office and the sheriff's office, along with a $5,000 hourly increase on the county court of law's budget.
It's 4,000.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry, a $4,000 increase to 5,000 total. How's that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And approving the
veterans?
The Veterans Service Office with two part-time, raising the current, position to 25,000, creating a new part-time, Veteran Service Officer for another 25,000, and increasing, or setting the salary for the part-time person at 20,000. And, approving
You had the other two
the,
positions.
mental health officer in the sheriff's office, and the, IT, assistant position. I'll entertain that motion.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Mims, do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Hill, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? So ordered.
And just for clarification, I know what you said, but the Veteran Service Office is gonna be 25 for the VSO, and then for two of them, and then just the part-time person that works is up to 20,000.
That'd be the salary line item in
Yeah,
20,000.
okay. I know that's what you said, I just wanted clarification.
Yeah, okay,
And then they got the
all right.
Well, you already did that.
Thank y'all. I appreciate everybody's hard work on this.
Judge, what about, reducing the IT capital outlay to pay for the Veteran Service Office salary?
Do we need to include that in the motion?
Well, no,
That's gonna be
that
separate.
was in the other
Okay,
expenses
okay.
we approved earlier.
Okay,
So
I
that
just wanna
was
make
one
sure.
of the things we noted was going from 50 to 25,000
okay.
to do that. Okay. All right, now, let's see. So what we need now, let me ask y'all a question. Just on how you wanna go about, doing the tax rate and how much surplus we're gonna have to budget. Cause we're gonna have to get some numbers from Major first,
Before we can,
so,
That's it.
so,
with the changes we made, we've gotta have the new number.
yeah.
When can we do it? When can we get it? When can we do it? Sir?
Come back, could we recess and come back this afternoon? Would y'all be all right with that, if she could put the numbers together? I mean, could you do it?
Already did it.
Everything we said today?
Oh, yeah, I can do it, yeah.
How long will it
If we
take?
recessed till after
30
lunch
minutes.
and then came back,
30, 45 minutes?
Yeah.
An hour.
yeah, it won't take us
Be an
long.
hour.
3 days? I mean.
And then we're done, we
Come
we
on.
can
No, I agree.
cancel Thursday.
I'd love to be
We
done
can cancel
today.
Thursday, I'd like to be done today, we've worked hard.
I'd love to
Is that
finish
okay?
it
Yes,
today.
ma'am, me, I just rather have at
All right,
least
what
an
time
hour.
do
so I
y'all
can
wanna
go
come
get
back? Y'all may have
Them cookies
phone
ain't
calls, you may have.
How long will it take you to do it, Megan?
I don't wanna press her.
An hour.
Let's say 2:30,
I
we'll be
mean, I
back.
haven't ate lunch
She
yet.
has not ate lunch yet.
3 o'clock,
She is.
3 o'clock?
3 o'clock.
Okay.
All right, what we're gonna do,
Well, I'm gonna take this back.
we're gonna recess, court's in recess till 3 o'clock,
That's
we'll
fine. Just get all that
reconvene at
message.
3 p.m.
out.
You get over back up or
Oh, we started?
not? Well, we're just waiting on you.
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought y'all already started.
Just waiting on you.
No, we had,
Oh,
at, Anderson County Commissioners Court, will reconvene in regulars, in our special session at, 3. I got it clear on, about 3:09?
Yeah, so
3:09 PM, and we're still in our budget workshop.
I was just thinking
I
that
never
the other
looked at
day,
that.
yeah.
You got the floor.
okay. What I handed y'all is similar to what I showed, what I gave y'all last Wednesday in the workshop, except I have scenario C with a different breakdown at the bottom of the tax rate. And also, I put together, this is all the changes that have been made to the budget since the proposed was filed. All the changes that y'all took today, as well as the elected officials' salaries a couple weeks ago.
So, did you have a chance to plug those in?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Yes. And then,
Because I was looking at this,
and
what
then,
it was taken on the surplus, that's what I was looking at. Okay.
and then, because the surplus should be the same around on all the scenarios on page 4 of every one of the packets. It should be 2,110,331.
Now that's the scenario A and B, right?
Yeah, A and B.
C is different.
Is it? Hang on.
Because that's, scenario A and B end up with a $2,110,331 deficit budget. Scenario C is a $2,312,997.
Oh, it would, C would be different because the tax rate is different in
Yeah.
C. That's why.
Okay.
But the ending expenditures on page 5, I believe, is all the same. As well as on the first page of each one, the fund balance. It shows expenditures. Yeah, page 5 of every scenario, the expenditures are the same.
So now, let me ask this, are all 3 scenarios a 3-cent decrease?
Total,
Total, yes.
point,
Overall,
yes, 29353.
okay,
I put the total at the bottom so you could see it.
okay.
I added that.
It's just shy of 3 cents, but it's
Yes.
3.
I just hate having that big a deficit. That's bigger than we got this year.
And where's the,
I don't know what else to do
where's the deficit at?
though. Okay, all right, go to your, let me get mine here.
You're talking about the $2 million.
It's gonna be on page 4 of each scenario.
I'm gonna
Page
show you,
4.
I'll show you C and A, cause
Okay,
in the
there.
general fund, C and A are the same. Okay. I mean, C and A are different. That, B is the same as A, okay?
Right.
That's
All
a
right,
difference
so
by
look on
200,000.
Look on page 4 of 12 on this, on scenario A, okay? Right here. Are y'all looking at this?
Scenario A.
Are y'all looking at scenario?
Yeah, I've seen it.
Okay, 412. So there's the deficit right there. That's what's gotta be funded out of fund balance. It's 2,110,331, okay? Like if you all remember, I showed it, for this year, it's 1.8 million something, okay? All right, so if you look at this one, this is scenario C. That's putting more back into the general fund on the tax rate, okay? And that puts us at a 2.3 million, a little over $2.3 million deficit, so there's about,
200,000.
yeah, about
It's just-
200, right at 200.
Yeah, right at 200,000.
So, I mean, can you, I'm trying to think, what was it, let me look at, I got it up here, let me bring this up. Can you hit the lights just quickly, Mark, so I can get to the right slide?
I can tell you, it's in the book.
Well, I know, but I thought.
But Megan, this, for 23, we went 1.8, right? Yes.
Yeah, I got it in this deal.
Yeah, we went
Okay,
1.8, so
so
only
1.8.
500,000.
See, so 1.8, so that, add that, so, what's the difference?
500,000, give or take.
Between the scenario A,
Oh, no, sir, I was meaning overall, if you went to, scenario C, it would be around 500,000.
Serial C is 202,666.
Yeah,
okay. But I was looking at the difference between the deficit we have this year in 23 is 1 point.
The 7. We just did 2, so what does 1%, what does that amount to? What did the,
I tell you, what was our fund balance gonna be? That's what, okay. So essentially what we're talking about is taking our fund balance down. Either,
It's on the front, the first page.
okay. On the
That's-
long one?
No, of all the scenarios, it's the
Okay.
first page,
Okay.
the fund balance summary.
So scenario A would take it down to about another $400 and something thousand. Yeah. Okay, y'all see what she's talking about?
yeah. Megan, what is 1 cent, lowering it 1 cent, how much is that?
About 450,000.
450,000?
Yeah, 440 to 450,000.
Yes.
Somewhere there.
Okay.
So one penny, I mean, 1 cent could get us at least under 2 million.
Well, that's what, if we went, I mean, it's just that if we went to 9 instead of, because we're at 10 now, correct? 7
That's
and
what
3.
this does.
If we went,
Any one of those scenarios is a 3 cent.
yeah, if we went
above.
to
7
9,
and 2, or 9.
but
I'd just like to get under 2 million if we could.
are you wanting to get under 2 million to get back to what we're actually at this year?
Well, as close as we can. I mean, there's no way you can do this budget that we've got
Because we're gonna still.
and not have to spend some fund balance.
Oh, yeah, we're gonna still have to spend 1.9 million regardless if we take off 1 cent.
So,
We're gonna still have to spend 1.9 million, so we're looking at, you know, as you stated, $450,000 at least by saving 1 cent. But if you leave it there, overall, are we anticipating spending everything that we're budgeting? I don't see it. I don't see it. I don't see us spending everything that
well,
we're
I
budgeting.
mean,
So I think that would be a wash still. But that's my perspective. I'm sorry.
well, if we did, okay, so let's talk about this. If we did a half cent, if we just did a half cent or 1 cent, half a cent would give us our 2.5 cents back on unused increment rate, what we had this year. Y'all understand what
I understand.
I'm looking at? So, I mean,
and that would have to be off the general fund.
it need to be off the general fund. Cause that's where that fund balance is really.
Yeah, that's
the
what
impact.
affects the next year's rate.
Yeah, cause the debt service rate, it has its own separate fund balance.
And on scenario 3, what was it on the farm to market?
We came
2?
back up.
Huh?
Came back
We
up.
came back up where you want us to be.
0.002.
Came back up a half cent.
So
Yeah.
you looked at the last
A
page.
reduction
see.
from the voter approval rate.
Third to the last page or something. Okay, so that's Julie's. And if you remember when they first started out, knocked you all the way down to like 90.
Yeah, 90.
Yes, sir. So now,
Well, I just didn't
if
know
we go
what.
back to you,
Yeah, well, I seen that. I was just looking at that. It was a,
So now from 250 on
I was looking at the cent part of it.
So I think we rolled it over to, that's A. That's A. You gotta go C. You gotta go C. If you look at C's. So we rolled over a little extra from, with that scenario to the general fund, right, Megan?
I'm sorry?
On scenario C. You took part away from where you kept our farm market fund where it wouldn't have such a big hit.
Yeah, I took the difference and put it in the general fund.
So the general fund went back to 1 cent, right?
A reduction, yes.
Yes.
From the
But if we took that half cent out of farm to market and half cent out of general fund, that'd be 1 cent. That'd drop us to 9 cent overall
And that'd
tax,
bring us down,
450.
I
Below
think it'd get
2.
us below the 2 million deficit.
And it'd leave the farm to market the way it was in
No,
your
it's
original.
gonna take away 5 cents from farm market. So
But that's what he's saying.
you're gonna go down.
Go back to scenario B.
No, I'd say if we took it away completely, the half cent from the farm to market, and took away a half cent from the general fund, that'd be taking a penny out, would it be at 9 cents?
Instead of 10 cents.
And then the farm to market would be back to what you originally proposed in the farm to market, in the original budget.
So you're talking about 1.5 cent out of debt service, a half cent out of farm market flood control, and a half cent out of general fund. From where we're at, right?
It'd be, I'm just talking about a total of 2%. So how you got
Oh,
that
okay.
2%, 2 cents,
2
not
cents.
percent,
Okay,
sorry,
that's what I understood.
yeah.
So you're adding 2 cents to the 7 cents. that
Yeah,
stays.
2 cents to the 7, so we'll be at 9. Ever how you could do the 2 cents?
Okay, right. Okay, we got 1.5 coming out of debt service. Originally, we had 1. So if we did 1 there, and a half cent out of farm to market flood control, half cent out of the general fund, that's your 2 cents.
Okay, but
And
originally,
that way we don't bring that debt service fund balance down, we may need some extra.
what did you have proposed coming out of farm to market? I think that's what he's trying to ask.
I thought I said originally a half cent. Yeah, I had 1 cent coming out of, that's exactly what I proposed. 1 cent coming out of debt service, half cent out of farm market flood control, and a half cent coming, and 1 cent coming out of general fund. And then, so that was the 2.5 cents. So if we took 1.5 cents back out of the general fund,
Of debt service.
But you want to make it where nothing's coming out of it.
Yeah.
He
if
wants to
there's-
make it where there's
Make it 2
nothing
cents
coming out of it.
Yeah, if,
Out
I
of
won't
farm
make
to
it
market.
nothing coming out farm to market.
See, that's
okay,
where
so
y'all
you
missed
wanna
the
leave
point.
a
at.
half cent to general fund, cent and a half out of debt service, nothing coming out of farm to market.
That's just a thought, yeah. And we'd be at 9 cents.
I can live with it.
What was it again? Nothing come out of
So,
FM,
okay,
FM,
scenario
FMFC?
C is 1 cent coming out of the general fund, right?
Yes.
Okay, what he's saying is do a half cent out of the general fund.
Okay.
Nothing out of farm market flood control, leave it at the voter approval rate.
And that's where you.
And then how much at debt service?
And then 1.5 cents
That's what I'm saying.
out of the debt service like we had at 1 point. So
Okay,
that's 2
well, then
cents.
you're reducing the tax rate by 9 cents, .0647
Correct.
from this year.
What do y'all think?
And what would
I can
that
live with-
generate on the other side?
I just want that deficit
General
not to
fund
grow
money,
too much.
1.9. It'll be
I
split
knew we were
scenario
gonna have to
A,
spend
So
some.
we'll still
Right.
take out
because scenario
1.9.
A was
It'll
0.5.
put us in the
I mean,
state
I
where
agree.
we're at.
But we still got a couple more things to discuss
Yes.
before we,
We got the, if we consider the sheriff's department positions, and
Yeah,
then
we
we got
forgot
the
that.
courthouse maintenance position. It's still, that we hadn't talked about yet. I don't know, was there any other positions that we was
we add any more positions to the general fund, it's just gonna bring that deficit even.
I know, but
I
that's,
mean, I'm all for trying to give them everything that we can. The $500,000, and that's why I asked him, the 6 jailers, I think that's probably the first need. And I think that's what y'all echoed to me. Correct me if I'm wrong. And then the next request was, I said, what do you want as far as the 2 transport officers, or a transport officer and an animal control officer? And so, I mean, if y'all wanna tell me what you wanna do, but I'm trying to figure out the best use of that money and get y'all what you need. So that was kind of the suggestions.
You gonna field this, Sheriff?
Yeah, a little bit. Feel free to break in. We're not even talking about the grant money yet. I think if you look at just the numbers of the population that's in-house, we've been paying significant overtime for the last 12 months to house what we have, and what we couldn't house, we're paying somebody else's jailers in another county to look after. So the 6 that we were asking for out of the general fund are just to be able to do our job every day right now without being in the position where we're paying significant overtime. We're overworking our employees, mandating long shifts with no days off. That's the best way in the world to have bad employees, or no employees, is to overwork them and mistreat them. Then we were asking for, in agreement with you, Judge, that from the money, from that blessing, as you called it, we get in 6 additional jailers so that we can handle the influx that we're getting. We were 1 away from busting cap this weekend, which would require us to send at least 20 out of the county to make enough cushion and enough difference. And we're back to working the overtime and back to paying a significant amount of money in another county.
The grant was not even known about.
Not at all.
Wait a minute. When y'all submitted your request,
Yes, sir.
the request did not include 12 jailers. The request included 6 jailers, and then all those other positions I just discussed, along with the mental health jail. Okay.
Judge, I believe.
This came up. The $500,000 came up as an extra thing. I mean, your total request was $1,300,000, and that was for your total department. I have that in an email. If you want to see it, I got it. But 1.3 million something for everything. That was raises, that was all the positions, that was groceries, medical, everything. I've got the list. The commissioners have it in the book, okay? After the $500,000, now we're asking for all this other stuff. The taxpayers of the county can only afford certain things. We have to distribute that money. We're in a deficit budget right now. I mean, if we have to ship inmates, we have to ship inmates. We'll deal with that. But I can't see going in debt another $500,000. And I'm just sorry, but that's the way I feel about it. And this is extra. The $500,000 came after the request.
All right,
So
Judge.
I don't know how this come about that all of a sudden.
If you're finished, we'll tell you.
Go ahead.
Well, that conversation started when you and I sat down with the budget with, we need 12 jailers, but we're gonna try to get by with 6. That's why that's all we put in the request. All right? And I guess I should have put that in writing so you'd remember it. But nonetheless, we're just telling you the facts, Judge. Whether you guys choose to spend the money on it or not, that's entirely up to you. You got to make the hard decision of what to do with the taxpayers' money. We're just telling you that when we hit $340,000, we'll be spending another $27,000 to $30,000 a month. We spent enough for 3 jailers on what we spent housing inmates in Henderson County from March to June. So that would have paid 3 jailer salaries for the year, basically. So if we have to do that for 12 months, we have to do it for 12 months, but you're still finding the money. You're just finding it out of general fund instead of finding it from where we are right now.
I think you hit the nail on the head a while ago. We're going to have to do what we have to do. So as the population increases and the requirements increase, we have to follow state law. We will hold as many people as we can possibly hold here. And then we'll be we'll be using our money to pay somebody else's jailer in another county instead of spending our money at home where it's better spent.
What was your population day, Sheriff?
It was, we were down from 239 yesterday, TJ? 233.
This morning. We have about 6 or 7 beds that we have cushion with right this minute. And one good weekend for Palestine PD, and we'll have to send 20, if we can find a place.
Well, 6 more jailers put you at another 48 county, or 47 anyway.
It puts you at another 47 county if everybody shows up. As I told you when we talked before, we have 2 that are fixing to go out on FMLA for however long they're out for. We got 1 that's fixing to get deployed in the military overseas for a year. We've got 2 that are out on injury leave right now, and we have 3 open positions. Three open positions. So assuming we got all of them filled and everybody was at work every day, then yes, that would put us at another 48.
That's why, the little flip chart the other day is I wanted to point out is when we talk about numbers, we always think that everybody's going to show up at work every day. And they don't, because there's 10 different ways that you can be off legally on a regular basis without being in jeopardy of losing your job and to still be a good employee. And if we only look at the vacation and holiday leave that they earn and that we like to be able to let them take off so they stay good employees, on an average 2 sick days a year for themselves or for a close family member, which policy allows them to use, we're still trying to cover in the neighborhood of 640 shifts because those people being gone on that leave creates openings. We can't count on them being there every day. And as the commissioner pointed out, it's a lot of parts of the county that can work. If somebody's off, they can work short. If we're off, if we're working short in the jail, we're in violation of state law. So we have to bring people in and force them to work overtime, which makes people want to quit their job or look for jobs elsewhere.
And burning through anywhere from $8,000 to $18,000 a pay period in overtime is unrealistic and counterproductive.
No one understands your problems more than I do, because I worked in the sheriff's office. I worked with jails all over the state. And so, if you remember, I was the one that proposed going from 39.2 to 45,000 during the election. And then the court actually raised them to 44. And the jailers from around 32 or 33 to 40,000. I understood the issue because I dealt with it across the state. Same issue. So we've done so much. Actually, the 1.3 didn't include the 2,400 across the board. Okay. So there's more in there than what you really requested. I hadn't added it up because I didn't know that we were going to be here at this issue. Because the court has already given you a whole lot more than you asked for to a certain extent. If you added all the total up with all the raises. Because everybody on the sheriff's office is getting a 3,000 across the board raise if they have a license. Isn't that true?
If they're licensed, yes.
What we just approved, if they're licensed, they're getting 3,000.
And that was our original conversation, is that we wouldn't ask for any budgetary increase to salaries beyond whatever it was that the commissioner's court wanted to do for the entire county. Whether that was 2,000 across the board, 8,000 across the board, or some percentage raise. That's up to you gentlemen to identify and to pass. We said we would be happy with that. We had a few items to increase a stipend or additional pay, which you did. And that's why that particular amount for the salary, a raise that affected the base salary, not a stipend, wasn't included in there because we had no idea what was on your minds. We just said, whatever your minds come up with and whatever you decide, we'll be fine with that. Here's the other things we need to operate the sheriff's office. It's still back to you to figure out how to pay for it.
The total requested into all of the sheriff's budgets, all the budgets, was $1,381,905. And that's what we talked about.
From the general fund.
And the discussion was, and I understood it, because what you were trying to do is kind of do the raises instead of across the board raises. The raises were going to be in certificate pay.
Nope, you didn't understand it at all, because you're still not understanding it, though I explained it 3 times. We said
Were you
that
in a meeting with me and Nick?
I know
Were
what
you
Nick
in
said.
a meeting with me and Nick?
I know what Nick said because I told him what to say. I said that we are not going to ask for anything in
I
writing
didn't want to be here.
beyond what you gentlemen would pass, because I don't know what you're going to pass. Only you know what you're going to pass or even propose. But we thought we would attract and retain experienced personnel, just like you identified back in January when you sat up there at court and you said that's what we'd like to bring into Anderson County is experienced personnel. You don't get experienced personnel by paying them like rookies. So you pay them with things that they come with more experience, more training, more education, and more certificates. That's why we ask for additional stipends to go along with the lines of your suggestion back in January. And we can run around the barn a couple more times if you like, but we were just happy to go with whatever y'all decide across the board on the raise and look at the stipends. You've looked at the stipends, you decided that 600 on the certificates was fine. We say fine, we agree. But we never intended to sit here and tell our employees that we don't want to raise for them. If you think that's what we were saying, you terribly missed the boat and just misinterpreted what we said or didn't understand it, one or the other.
Well, I don't think I misunderstood. That's the difference, your opinion and mine. Okay. I heard it real clear.
But you need six,
And I
I'm
tried
sorry,
to do everything I could to sit down with the auditor and come up with as much money as I could to help you make the goals that you were trying to set out for. And you got a whole lot of money in this general fund budget. In fact, you got raises on top of what was even proposed. We've got to be accountable to the taxpayers.
Absolutely.
We're lowering the tax rate 9 to 10 cents. So it's putting us in a deficit budget, even more than what was proposed. And you're asking us to go another $500,000 or so in a deficit budget.
I'm just asking you to understand where we're going to come up with the money to pay jailers overtime or contract in another county, because I have no control over the population.
Well, let's see what happens with what we got in the plan that we got. I'm trying to give you 6 more jailers at the first of the year, because this budget doesn't kick in at the first of the year. Okay? And if we have to house jailers in another place, or if we have to do an emergency budget amendment, then we might have to do that. If it becomes an emergency, we can do a budget amendment. That's the only time we can.
Exactly.
If you raise the budget, or if we're underspending the budget somewhere else. I think probably this year we're going to come in, because if people are being thrifty with their money, that we're going to come in under budget. Hope, that's the goal every year.
Absolutely.
And I think we'll probably be able to do the same thing. And if that's the case, then we'll be able to take some out of fund balance in an emergency if you need one. But neither one of us have a crystal ball.
Absolutely
But
not.
6 jailers is going to get you another 47, cover another 47. And so if we need to do something with somebody on FMLA or something, whatever, this year, then we may have to do something. But
The problem is you can't magic them up when you create an opening. So, realistically, we're holding out until the end of the year the best we can. We may be back in here this year, just like you just said, because
and with y'all's budget, that's something that can happen anytime.
we can't just magic up 3 or 4 jailers, out of the blue when we have positions created. It takes some time to fill those positions. If nothing else, now it takes 2 weeks to do somebody's background, as you're well aware, minimum. So, realistically, there's a time delay there, and all the while, we're spending a lot of money that we don't feel like we're good stewards of the taxpayers' money spending it out of county.
Well, the thing is, and you've got to be an advocate for your department. I don't have a problem with that. But we can't just look at one department. We've got all the clerk's offices, road and bridge. If they have washouts, then we may have to do an emergency budget amendment when that happened in '99. I've been there before. So we have to look at everybody's department, not just one.
And I am proud to see elected officials being an advocate for their department. I have no problem with that. I have to be one for some of mine. But there's a limit to what we can do. And now, I mean, that's my opinion.
Is there any chance that we don't get the 500,000 or the monies that's coming in? I mean, for the extra money.
It sounds like a done deal.
I mean, it's supposed to be a done deal.
At least the
But
next.
the
It is a
six,
done deal.
the six jailers gets us another 47 beds covered. So I mean, that's something optional. He's got 3 open positions now. So if we consider 3 more positions, if we even look at it that way, then that would be 6. If you filled them, that would cover us another 47 beds, right?
That would certainly help.
So I mean, that's something we can look at, spend time thinking about it, whatever you want to do.
What would, excuse me, I can't find the paper on the 6, so what would 3, you just mentioned 3, what would 3?
3 would be about 181.5.
And we could go back into this budget again.
161 at 44.4 at a
Okay.
jailer salary.
So I was a little over. My math muscle wasn't there.
161.
So I mean, we could go back in and look at this thing, like Rashad said, there's probably some more areas we can cut some more.
And that was including insurance.
That's what I was fixing to
No,
ask.
It's not including insurance.
383.
It's 10,000 what, 80?
383.
30,000 more dollars for 3.
how about
10,
391? Sorry,
44.4?
44 times.
44,400 times 3 and $10,080 times 3,
Oh, 191.
191.
So
I
191.
concur.
Okay.
But you said 391.
And that's for everything, is that what
Yes,
she's
that's
saying?
insurance policies and everything.
Okay, that's to the bottom of it, okay. And you have 3,
You talking about 3? You talking about 3?
Yes.
He gets 3. Sorry.
yes, I think that's what they're saying. You have 3 open right now, Sheriff.
Yes, we're currently trying to fill those.
That's better than you was last year at this time.
We struggle every day, we're trying to do better every day.
Oh, that's good.
That'll put us at 34 authorized, so. if
What
we got 9
what was the
positions.
total you came up with? It's a little over 36,000 for 3, correct? At 44,000?
191?
191 with the insurance.
With
Yeah,
insurance
191 with
benefits and everything.
191 with the insurance. That'll give them 6 positions to gain that
Oh, I'm
47
sorry.
bed gain.
It was 161 plus the,
10,200 times 3.
How much did we spend last year shipping them out? I don't even know what we spent.
On what?
Sending
Henderson County.
Well,
This year?
that was this year.
that
We
this
spent
year,
about
March
150.
March to June, you said?
Yes.
About 150,000. So we're not through
We
yet.
brought them back the first day of July.
next year. First thing I'm tired
But
of.
along with the day rate, each cut us a break even on the day rate at $45 a day, but along with that comes medical, and pharmacy and all of that, so,
And transport, that might run into overtime.
yeah. And I didn't even count the overtime, what we spent.
Just the rate.
I'm gonna deal with it. We can do an emergency budget, we got money in contingency. Well, we can put some more in contingency out of fund balance, then you got the money budgeted if we need it.
And that 150, that's as of January 1st till that we
July
spent.
1st.
July 1st.
July 1st, we brought them all back, so.
That was March. right? It's
Yeah.
not January, that's
March
March.
to.
Oh, March to July.
We didn't take them up till March, we had them back by July. So, it burns through pretty fast,
So-
Commissioner.
4 months.
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
it's quite expensive.
My concern is having to wait to begin the hiring process until we declare an emergency. If we wait until, the engine's already, cratered before we start to do some maintenance on it, it's just gonna take longer and cost more.
But, yeah, I mean, Kenneth, or either one of y'all, I mean, as far as you and I, because I mentioned you, because you and I had worked on some of this, I wouldn't, be objective to going back and revisit some of these, increases that you and I was looking at.
Well, one of them, I think Nick said last time on your overtime, it would cut your overtime back, correct, if you had some more jailers?
Well, yes, in theory it would. My overtime is already underfunded, so.
Yeah, well, we didn't, did we bump it up?
I think we may have bumped it up to 50,000.
Yeah.
I mean, like this has never been in place before, and that just makes the available funds from this, take that
That
out.
would just be a reasonable number.
Yeah, and then like this
even
this
with
right
full
here,
staff,
this is
basically.
pretty stout right there.
Because there's
You know,
always
that 18,
things
you
that
know,
happen,
they're
like
wanting
if
to
they
do
can
that,
inmate
you
to the
know, we could do
hospital,
that. And
or somebody's
I
gotta
don't
stay in the
object
hospital
to
for
cutting
2
this.
weeks.
Okay.
25
I just remember you
apiece,
saying
just for
something
the time
about
being,
that.
put
Yes,
some
sir.
in there later. You know, I'd be 100 of
I
it
mean, if
right
I had
there, but this ain't
150,000 in
killing us
overtime,
right
I'd
here.
tell
It's a
you,
big
yes,
game,
I
but,
could pay part of that out
you know,
of the
whatever
overtime.
you know what I'm saying? That's just something to consider.
I don't think we increased overtime.
You didn't?
I don't
Is
think
it
that.
still,
Cause I
still
told Rashad, I would
12.87
object to
cents
taking
for the
some out of road and
Yeah.
bridge, what we're adding to it, you know, anything to subsidize it, we can still operate, but
25.
that's their own
and then,
problem. You know, when I say on that, $100,000 supplement to it, if it did 25 apiece, I don't care, you know what I'm saying, it's thinking, but there's some contingency funds and different things that could be moved around. Some conference monies that could be moved around, there's other things that we could look at, building repairs.
I'm sorry, Commissioner, I was mistaken. It's 13.5 in the jail and 35,000 on the sheriff's side.
25.
25,000, excuse me.
Overtime, right?
Yes. And even if we have all of our positions filled, there's always overtime.
Right.
Like hospital stays, transports, trials, where deputies, 2 or 3 deputies might be in a trial at the same time.
But they're still gonna have the hiring issues, you know what I'm saying, if you
Well,
put
that-
3 more
I
in
mean,
play.
There's no doubt.
They
I
got
mean,
6 that they're gonna have
You
to.
gotta get them filled, and this is not gonna take place this first year anyway like that.
Well, they can fill 3 of them on their way, you know what I'm saying, they can have the 3 more that'll be ready. Cause 3 of them are already budgeted for now.
Yes, sir. We're hoping, he's got 3 applications on his desk that we, hope to get through and hire.
We're working our way through those, and if nobody's disqualified by some reason, we'll hire all 3 of them.
Well, I would have no problem if we could figure out how to find them 3, but I don't know exactly how to do that. I didn't hear all what you were saying a while ago.
I'm finding what's a.
Finding the money for 3. Cause that'd be 191,000, correct?
They could hire 3 now and then by their first year could maybe have everything in mind to hire 3 more.
Have 9 more with whenever that grant comes in.
We can't even apply for that until after the first day of the new budget.
And they say when they'd pay on that, what they estimated.
They're gonna back fund, whenever they start sending money, they're gonna back fund to the first of the year.
So if we
So it'll be
budgeted, if we budgeted the $500,000, if we do a budget by the end of the year, then we would be funding it out of the general fund until the reimbursement came. Okay. In other words,
I know what you're
If
saying.
we do the 500,000 and we give them 6 more jailers, then when they file for the grant, they won't be able to hire them till after we know we're gonna have the grant. But we still don't know all the rules of what the comptroller's gonna say. But I know some of them, Megan, correct me if I'm wrong, but in our conferences and information we got, that people right now are having to make those decisions because some of them are raising their salaries up in the general fund with contingent on that they're gonna get that money after the first of the year, but their budget is, for this fiscal year is already started. So if they went in and said, maybe they didn't have jailers
Right.
at the grant requirement at 40,000 and their peace officers at 45 and the sheriff at 75, then they had to go ahead and budget those monies now, or they didn't qualify the grant.
Well, that's just like what we do with the sheriff.
The sheriff's budget, the salary.
Sheriff's salary.
Correct. And so, but if, let's say if they had deputies making 40,000, they had to raise them up in this year's budget to 45 to be able to qualify for the grant. Same for jailers. If they were in the 30s, they had to put them at 40.
Which we've already met that.
They've got to have million in essentially from what I understand in the more consistent budgets at the state level with TxDOT, some of the ones that don't change a whole lot.
They put it in the base budget.
Right. And so we're gonna have it for 2 years. We meet the criteria that we know already. The sheriff's salary, the jailers, and the peace officer are already at that criteria. And I don't think, listening to Jim Allison and them talking to Congress, it's gonna be that complicated. I don't think they wanted it to be complicated.
They're trying to streamline it, is my understanding, yes, sir.
And so,
I think everyone else is making it complicated. Sorry.
There's really no justification from what we understand.
we should just say
You fit the
there's
requirements.
$500,000, you know,
You
everybody
put in
can
your
use.
sheet.
Been a whole lot. I think that was kind of the plan, but it got sidetracked just a little bit.
But
It was supposed to be simpler than what it is right now.
But this money that's coming, it's gonna be, basically, decided by Commissioner's Court on what direction we'll go with it. So, I mean, but neither, whatever we do today is gonna take place till next year anyway, so.
If we can set that budget.
Can we set the
anytime-
budget legally?
Anytime before the first of the year to set it. So, or
Just
we
can't start it
could, we
from
could
the
wait
top.
till we got the grant and then set it.
And get all the rules.
As soon as we know the rules, and that's September 1. And once we know the rules, we can go in.
But if that's the case and there's 6 that are applied to that, then we got 9 positions to be open to do, so. Right, I mean, with the 3 we got available now, 6 more new ones.
That's correct. That puts us at, 25 and 9 is, or no, I'm sorry.
It'd be somewhere around
25 and
50.
6 is 31, which is, 2 additional positions from what we'd need to actually staff, if we go up to 241. We hit 241, we've got to have 28 jailers on the floor, for 4 shifts. So, I mean, realistically, you know, the 3 jailers that you guys offered, in addition to that, would be phenomenal. I mean, we're gonna make the sheriff's office work, whatever happens. But if we're not gonna, be able to get those 3 additional positions to give us some extra help when we do have people off, then we're gonna need some more overtime. So money's money, so, yeah. We got 13,000 in overtime for the jail, and so far I'm at about 160,000 for the year. And we've had most of our positions filled this year.
Yeah, you had 133.
Pardon me?
You had 133.
When that was printed.
That was the last one.
Like I said, I'm running between $8,000 and $18,000 a pay period in overtime.
A lot of that has not been having any positions filled, and we've done better to get it. We got a lot of positions filled, and
We've had quite, the majority of them filled for the better part of this year.
Well, that was the first of the year.
Well,
Well,
when
I
you're
know
staffing
it's
2 shifts with 2 positions on each shift
I
and
understand.
overtime just at base staff, then, it is what it is. Right now, it takes all 24 of them being at work when they're supposed to not have overtime to make it work. And our concern is that we're gonna hit that place where they reach critical mass again, they don't see any help coming, other than some help that they'll see is insufficient. And we'll start losing them again because they realize they don't have a home life, they're just working all the time.
You ought to be ashamed of yourself. You ask me something like that.
I'm open to suggestions.
Whatever we do, we're gonna raise the deficit. If you wanna put some money in contingency, in case they need extra people.
How much you thinking? Contingency. Either one of you, what do y'all think?
Well, I mean, what would it take for 3 more positions?
She said 191.
191,
All right, I've heard
200,000,
different ones, and
191.
191.
so 200,000.
so if you wanna put 200,000 more in contingency, I'm good with that.
I mean, I personally would like to have the employees, so we wouldn't have to have that 4-month deficit of 150. I mean, I think that's, I understand we have to do that because we don't have the manpower and that's a requirement and we'll be violating the law. But smart money, if we could have those employees in there and they would have those bodies in place to fill those spots, I mean, that will make Anderson County work.
But you need to make cuts to this
Yeah,
thing.
we're gonna have to make cuts.
There you go, that means
Just like you asked,
cutting
what was
that
that?
bridge side.
We gotta cut somewhere. I mean,
Couple
like,
hundred out of that, and then you gotta find 90 more.
Yeah.
Or lighten up the load that you put back on that deficit.
I mean, the budget is kind of basic necessity for all the different offices, that's the thing.
Yes, sir.
I mean, there's not a bunch of extra budget in there for anybody.
Yes, sir.
So,
What is
I
the
mean,
percentage of the sheriff's
it's kind of-
department for Anderson County's budget?
I don't want the services to suffer. Say again, I'm sorry.
Oh, no, I was
We're about
asking,
$7 million, so whatever that equates to.
how much, sir?
We're about
About a
$7
third
million
of it.
budget total.
Yeah, we're a little over a third, I thought, with the sheriff.
Yeah, we're about a third of the total employees and a third of the total budget.
Well, I guess what concerns me, we've sat here and discussed this, and looking at this paper, it's evident that we're 133 there and 125 here on out of county inmates. I mean, we're looking at 250,000 there we spent in 23, that halfway through the year. And just like we're doing everything else, you doubled it, that's a lot of money. And
It's a lot of money.
we're trying to correct that problem so we don't have this issue. I mean, that's what y'all are trying to correct, that's what we're trying to correct.
Yes, sir.
It's just figuring out the proper way to do it, because none of us, like you said, nobody has a crystal ball. We don't know what's gonna happen after the first year, and none of this is gonna happen till after the first year. So, putting money in contingency, big things, you could also, I mean, if you did that, you'd have it, if we do like Megan said, that it could be earmarked, to kind of know that it's there, that we could get more employees. I don't know the correct answer right now.
So that gives us a way to give them an immediate response if we need to have.
And if we do that, then y'all could maybe, you get those 3 positions filled, go ahead on the other 3 positions, and when January 1st hits, they can go to work and.
Are you talking about putting contingency or oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
You talking about with the other money,
Yeah.
making that commitment. But I think
Unless you get, I mean, what if they get them filled, what if they get these 3 positions filled and then say by November, they're ready to fill 3 more?
Well, we can't.
Well, we don't
We'd have to
that
find
issue.
money out of this budget.
Yeah, we're going, these line items are gonna keep expanding.
If the rules allowed us to do something on those positions from the grant, but I don't know that that's gonna be the case, I don't think it is.
to go ahead and use it this year.
Yeah,
Part of it. No, I don't
You know,
know.
cause some of these, it's got a budget for October one,
Right.
or having a plan that, so I think we might have an opportunity there, but I don't wanna say because
You just have to move.
comptroller is make that decision.
Because they adopt it.
They release the money when they wanna release it.
But we don't know that yet.
We're doing everything we can to be in compliance with the grant that we know of.
Well, if we do that, that'll
Yes.
Came back and
get you 3
Can
more
it-
January 1, if it works to where, you know.
If we had to have them at that point, yeah.
Right.
Like a contingency. and
Yes,
that's-
if we put it in contingency for, you say we put 200,000 in contingency, we can come back at the first of the year, this is when this would take place anyway, and see what the positions are. The other ones coming in, we can make amendments, do the whole, you know, just like we did with the district court and build the position for them then. But the money would be available to build it without having to go and declare an emergency, the whole bit.
Right.
Or if we had a little run over or something and didn't decide to do that, we'd have some money for some of these, you know, this money going out.
Mary's got a weird look on her face, doesn't it?
Sir?
Well, if we had something else that came up we didn't know about, we'd.
making faces?
Right.
That's,
use it for contingency.
yeah, that's what he
Hopefully we
said.
don't spend it.
We don't spend all of our budgeted money for the
She
year.
just poked me in the ribs, said, I'm ready to go home. She slid that note over here. I just read whether you think I'm that smart. No.
What do y'all wanna do?
But can we do that? Just put, yes, we can do that. Put the
Another 200,000?
200,000 in contingency and hold it for, you know.
Earmark it for.
Yes, earmark it
jailers
for,
Should
yes,
they need them?
yes, or,
Is that okay? Is that in the form of a motion?
yes, sir.
All right, motion by Commissioner Chapin to, as part of our 2024 budget, to add another 200,000 to contingency earmark for jailers. Should the sheriff's department need them at the first of the year. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Hill, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, so ordered. Okay.
Thank you for your.
Thank you.
Thank y'all.
Thank y'all.
What was other?
Then we have to come with a tax rate for you now, right?
Yeah,
I mean, I know,
I'm not gonna ask for any more maintenance right
what if I say,
now. They got their 2,400, huh?
what if I say something?
That's all y'all wanna do.
Well, that's fine, I'm just,
Okay,
On the maintenance side, what would we do about
maintenance
the
side,
foreman?
I've got, that foreman side concerns me about that. I mean, I would like to see, I don't know exactly where he's at right now, but at least a couple more $1,000 short of it, because he's in a position that we got many, many other positions in that position. I understand there's gonna be all kind of things come up, but that's one thing I'd like to look at.
What are you talking about?
To
On the courthouse maintenance,
The
Courthouse
supervisors?
maintenance.
You know,
See, we've never had we just have a supervisor. never
well, we
had
got
a foreman.
supervisors for the shop, supervisors for the park,
See, all those
supervisors
are
for the,
foremans.
you know, everything, and then he's.
all right, I'll tell you what I'll do,
With the
because I don't wanna ask for anything else. Because of the other employees. So I'm gonna do what I did last year. I gotta do it different, cause my salary's been set, okay? You talking about for my maintenance supervisor for James,
Okay.
okay? I'll donate my $2,000 raise back to the county if y'all raise him to 40. I'll sign the documents to donate it. Y'all can't take it out of my salary because we've approved that, we posted it. I can donate, that's what I was thinking about doing. Okay?
What am I
I'll
finance
donate the
position?
2,000 in my salary.
With the
From
24
2,000 without that.
With the 2,400, that position will be 38,400.
Yes, so we need to make him to 40.
Yeah, to make him to 40 though. would
Yes,
increase
So,
your
so I'll
salary.
donate my 2,000 back.
It's just not gonna be necessary, is what
Yeah,
I'm
but I
saying.
wanna do it.
Well, you
because-
can do that, but I don't think it's
think you
necessary
should.
to
I
raise
wouldn't
him.
do it, cause we were gonna.
You can do whatever you wanna do.
Well, if we do that, I'm gonna abstain and I wanna, because that's my department.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
fine.
Yes, sir.
All right, somebody wants to make a motion, I'll let.
What is the difference in it, from, what do you
It's
be
an
at?
additional 1,800,
So
1,600, plus the taxes and returns.
Yes, but I mean, that's what I'll make the motion to make him at $40,000 for the maintenance supervisor. That'll give him an additional, whatever she comes up with, say for 16.
Additional 1,600.
It's 1,600 before the,
24.
And he
Yeah.
definitely deserves it.
you
Yes.
bet. I mean, that's a big
Yes.
responsibility, and he works all the men.
All right.
I'll second it, Your Honor.
All right, motion by Commissioner Chapin, second by Commissioner Mims to increase the maintenance supervisor over courthouse maintenance to
40,000.
40,000. All in favor say aye. All abstain. Any opposed? Okay.
Now,
All
do,
right. James will appreciate that.
you got the, just find the money to do that.
Okay. That was it, wasn't it?
Find the money to do that with as far as we need to
I think it was it.
Well,
I think so.
if you don't, if
I
y'all
don't
don't say
know.
reduce something else, then
It just
it'll
goes to
just
general.
increase. It'll just
Judge, did
increase
you
the
have any
deficit.
drinks in your
Plus
refrigerator?
the,
You have any drinks in your refrigerator?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that works.
What happened?
No, he just wanted, he needed a drink.
it'll be 1939.
1939 will be the total.
That's
1939,
All right,
that's after.
okay, we're not gonna leave the room.
No, sir, I'm just going right here
Okay.
since he's getting a drink.
If we take a break, it takes too long to get back. I think that's all we brought up, wasn't it?
That was the two things.
Yeah, okay, all right,
I want to talk about health insurance when everyone comes back.
okay. Have you heard some preliminary
No.
numbers? No, we're still waiting.
Well, sort of.
We're waiting on Rashad, he went to the.
We have to talk about yours too. Mark, one of his special funds.
Oh, okay.
Tell them to start speaking in the microphone. Oh, that's waiting on Rashad.
I think Megan wanted to mention something about health insurance. One thing we did do is we sit down with TAC, before she gets in this, we sit down with TAC to try to see if we can get some different options to look at on the health insurance, to try to get more of the younger employees to be able to take the health insurance, trying to get the cost down. And that way, that would help them from a payroll standpoint too. We can get that cost down, especially for the spouse. I think that's the big. So they're giving us, they're gonna look at some different options. And hopefully maybe something, if you get the younger ones, and that's what we did in the past, when we were self-insured, the more younger people that we can get to take the insurance that don't have to use it as much as maybe some of the older, employees, then that can offset some of the cost and bring the premiums down. So, I just want to bring you up to speed on that too, some of the things we're talking. So, I'm sorry, Nate, go
And
ahead.
when do we get them figures back?
We usually get it the day after we adopt the budget every year. I know, it's bad time. They did tell us that I guess we did get a preliminary rate, would be a 3% increase. If you remember last year, we increased the budget by 5%. So if my math is correct, and I did look over it, I think, also we pay for Help MD for all the employees. I believe that this would cost the county, we would need to increase it overall for the general fund, $28,500. But we still have money. I don't know if you saw it in your proposed budget, but there's still $88,000 in the insurance fund. So that could cover that. So I think if those numbers are good, we would not have to increase the budget for insurance purposes.
And that's okay to use that money? if
Yes,
was
because
left?
that's what it was designated
'Cause
for.
it's- That's what it is.
And,
That's when we're, that's
Self-insured.
when we're self-insured.
and I,
Yes.
sorry. I'm sorry, go on.
Go ahead.
No, you were explaining what it was.
Well, I was just telling everybody that was left over when we were self-insured.
Yes.
What was it about? So that'd give us some funds to be able to maybe help offset some of that cost for the next couple of years.
Yes.
Well, I think we
Maybe
ought
even three.
to use it to help us offset that,
Yes.
to help
And then-
the employees any way we can.
And I did, exactly what I did last year for, the contribution. I tried to, the county tried to absorb as much as we could, and of course, it limits us because the HSA is 0. So, again, like I said last year, the HSA contribution would have to increase by 3% for it to be the same contribution that we give everybody, no matter if
See,
you're
I
on the
was gonna-
high plan, the middle plan, or the HSA plan.
I was gonna ask you about that.
So, I didn't make copies of this, but even with that, I mean, if it's only a 3% increase on the middle plan for employee only, it looks like the increase for the employee would be $2, a month. And then, for the buy-up plan, it would be $3 a month increase.
How would the HSA change? You're saying added 3% to it. I mean, it would have to be 3% in the account.
Well, we would increase the employee's contribution that we pay for the employer's contribution that we pay for the employee, and then you'd also increase the HSA contribution, the contribution,
But who pays for the contribution?
the county.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
So if we actually created a health saving account for them, and they don't utilize it, don't spend it, and they get to have those funds in the way that it's designed for, just like the HRA, wouldn't that be a stimulus to help absorb what our higher costs are coming from?
We can't get that money back once we give it to them.
We can't, but
No.
they get an account set up for the side for
But
them to use.
that's up to the employee what they choose to use it
Yes, yes, but I'm saying the people who take that are in that pool, they get, I guess, you get better rates from the insurance company. Like Blue Cross Blue Shield's giving them better rates because they have it out there as a kind of like a stimulus for the employee not to use their insurance as much. Basically, is what it is. And so it's HSA or HRA, and I know we were
What is a
taxed.
HRA?
I know, I'll give you the full thing in just a minute. Let me stay on this, 'cause I'll forget. I know with TAC though, we are with TAC. And since y'all had the conversation with them, are they looking at maybe
So there's more.
seeing if there's other companies out there that will give us better rates at the time? Like Cigna or Aetna or someone, or they're just staying with Blue Cross Blue Shield?
I don't know. They didn't discuss that with us.
Okay,
I mean,
'cause
I'm
know-
sure they go out and get the best rates, I'm assuming. I don't.
Yeah, like our meeting last week with the COG, we changed from Blue Cross Blue Shield to, and that's from East Texas Council of Governments, to Cigna, and they went down 11%. And Blue Cross went up 10%. And so I know that, I don't know, you a judge or you're talking, and see if they're looking overall, because we're in a risk with them, is that pool actively searching to see if there's gonna be cheaper companies or cheaper rates out there provided. And then I know a lot of things they look at is if those doctors in those areas are in network, and a lot of them now are still changing over to there's more that are in network with these other companies now. Not just Blue Cross Blue Shield have all the doctors in those rural areas, and that's why Blue Cross Blue Shield is with everybody. But a lot of the school districts and everybody are changing that because they get insurance with it.
I'll have to ask them. I really don't know.
That's a question I think we should ask. That helps. Thank you.
We finished talking about the pay down on the retirement system.
That's right.
So I guess that's another $500,000. What do y'all think about just letting Terry's getting 5% interest on the money? Let's look at it again next year.
I agree with that.
But we're still gonna do the COLA, right? The 3%.
Ma'am?
We'll still do the 3% COLA, right?
Yes.
Leave that the
Yes.
way it is.
But
Yes.
at least we know we're drawing interest on the money. Somebody else isn't investing it. What do y'all think? Is it okay to take a look at it again next year?
And what was the deficit again?
7 million? 7 million?
Okay. I have no problem with that.
With what we're dealing with right here, I'd rather not go more deficit budget. We can just leave it in our fund balance. It's still there and we're drawing decent interest.
Is that okay?
What-
Okay, all right.
When we
What do y'all
have
wanna do
another
on tax
discussion
rate?
right there?
Is that where we're at now?
Healthcare, when we have another discussion right there?
Yes, sir.
Let's do 10.
Well, like I said, I don't, they haven't given us our actual rates yet. They just said it should be us 3% increase.
And that HRA is a health retirement.
Oh,
It's like a reimbursement account.
oh, okay.
So they don't spend it like the HRA, they get a little money back at the end of the year. They can use for whatever on the gift card.
Typically,
Yeah.
they give us our rates the day after we don't. I know.
Yeah, they give them like $500 because they didn't
We
go
don't
into
go so
the,
much into the gym.
or they can use it toward deductibles or something.
That's all right,
But you
They
were
were
asking
supposed to give
about
us
the-
many different plans.
I'm
They
sorry.
were, no, it's okay. They were gonna give us a few different options, not just our same three we have.
So, what do y'all do on tax rate? Cent and a half out of debt service, half-cent out of general fund, nothing out of road and bridge. Farm market vote, leave it like it is.
So you're taking away the
2 cents.
So it'll be 2 cents.
the 0.5 from general fund and you're taking away the 0.5 from
No,
farm market.
none from farm market vote.
And then,
1.5 from debt service, half-cent from general.
okay, so we're going 2 cents instead of
Another
3.
2 cent
instead of
So it'd be 9.
9 instead of
Yeah, you was doing subtraction, he was doing.
Yeah, I did the subtracting way. Yeah, I mean, like, overall, I wanted to see 10. I know that, we were gonna have to meet somewhere, and I understand meeting the needs of the budget, to produce I would say an effective budget for the people. One that we wouldn't have to cut any services, and we would be adding services. I know we're gonna have to go on a deficit of almost $2 million, but I think we can pull that out of fund balance, and I think that by the end of '23, we'll actually be adding some of these budgets back, so I don't think we'll actually pull out $2 million. I think I can, overall, last year, I actually wanted to go a little higher, but we met at 3, so I personally can meet at the 9, is at my choice. I think that it's gonna be helping our people. It's not my actual choice of 10 like I wanted, but I could meet it at the 9, so.
Taking the half-cent out, how much that take away from us? Of the farm market?
No, we're back to where we were.
I know if you don't take it out, but if you did take it out, what was it?
If you take out the
The
half
last
cents
scenario C was like $20-something thousand.
from you, and it was only like, here it is right here.
Well, that'd give them another half-cent.
So that half cents will put you at 218 for precinct 1 instead of 244. And then for me, that half a cent will put us at, it put me at 128 instead of 145.
But why don't you give them a half? Is it that big? How much impact it's gonna have overall with that many people?
Actually, it's not that big of an impact as far as what we're gonna spend wise. I think for a taxpayer wise, it would help. I don't know, we have a tax assessor here. Ms. Martin, you think half cents would help the constituents?
I think anything help.
Well, I mean, yeah.
I mean, anything.
Let's-
Thank you, thank you.
How much
let's-
will a half a cent save?
So I don't,
A half a cent overall, it's gonna be around $200-some-odd-thousand, and we lose a half a percent. You do the math on that.
Yeah, I will lose about 18,000 when I go back, or you'll lose 20 something.
We're still a long way from 200,000. But I think we hit the 2.5. We're halfway in the middle, giving half back to them and keeping half of the operations. What scenario is that? B?
I just don't
One
wanna
you're
cut it,
gonna
I don't wanna cut service.
If we take the half cent.
From
Yes.
the general?
I'm fine,
Half cent
I'm
from
fine with 1.5 out of debt service,
For the market.
half cent out of
I
general
didn't,
fund.
I never did 0.5.
I think that's good. I mean, by God,
Where's that?
this is the largest
And then that
tax rate
one is-
increase in the history of the county.
Two out of there.
I'm sure I got it.
We're talking 9 cents.
I reduced it by.
Okay, so Siri.
Probably what y'all did last
Is
year
that when we pulled the
was the
half cent?
close to, if it wasn't one of the largest in a long time. Unless your debt
Yes,
service
yes,
is
So
so
that's what I'd be getting
Mm-hmm.
if we pulled a half.
we got that
Yes,
for a
so
long
it'd
time.
be whatever it is, $18,000.
I'm good with 2.
Yeah, 18, that is 16.
That'd be right.
About $18,000.
What?
Which I just-
Yeah.
Okay, so effectively, the tax rate, Monday, y'all will adopt 0.487893.
If you leave it the way it does with nothing coming out of Farnham Bridge.
.005 reduction on general
I'm
fund.
fine with that, cause I think,
0.015.
I'm fine with the 9 cents, cause I think we did give the taxpayers, some savings this year, saying that their appraisals went up. We tried to give them some savings at the 9 cent. And yes, we are $2 million into the general fund, but that's taxpayers' money right there we're spending that they paid in before. So, and we still have plenty in there, so I have no problem with that. And I'm like Commissioner Mill and the judge, we're not gonna reach the 2 million. We're not gonna get there, cause we have put things in here that are gonna be above and beyond. And we have added service, we've added employees, we've tried to add things, so I think we had added services to what the people are paying taxes on, so I'm fine with the 9 cents. That's just my opinion.
What do you think?
Y'all don't have to vote on that today.
Well, I think,
No, but we need to give an indication of what we're gonna do.
Yeah.
I'm happy with the 9 cents.
I'm happy with the 9 cents, but I do think still, if you go to the farm market, you take away that 0.5, I think it'll help the constituents a lot more, and I don't think it's gonna hurt us that much to take away that 0.5.
I don't,
So
it's
I
not
think
gonna hurt me.
Yeah, we
No,
can put
it's
that
not gonna hurt
0.5 there.
And it'll save them more than it'll give us the gain. That's all I'm looking at. And we're looking at about a nickel, between it, and that's cutting it in half with them.
And how much money would that be, 200 something thousand, you said?
Yes, sir. Well, I mean, it's about 400. How much is a penny gain? For what? 450. So you're talking about $225,000 worth of saving. That'll cost us somewhere less than, I don't even know if it's 50,000, is it? What was yours,
No.
18?
No.
Mine, yours gonna be about the same. That'll be about 40, and then me and Kenneth, so yeah, it might be under 100,000 for them to gain 225,000.
Do you agree with that?
One tank of oil for me.
I agree with that.
But it's the final deal of just trying to give them back as much as we can give them.
You're correct.
No, I agree.
I'm fine with that.
2.5.
2.5.
So take a half.
9.5.
Oh, wait, one at a
Let's
time.
redo it.
No, but,
It's on-
so,
So let me understand what y'all are
Okay.
saying. So 1.5 cents debt service,
okay,
0.5 cent farm market flood control, 0.5 cent general.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so essentially that gets us back to our unused increment, 2.5.
well,
Yes, sir.
that's less than,
It's almost what we did last year, though, within a half
Oh.
cent.
Don't throw anything in here.
never mind, no, okay, that's
I
fine.
think we're close.
Don't say
Okay.
nothing. Don't say nothing.
Well, I just look at that. We're blessed to have that. We had the COVID increase for our salaries plus this increase we're doing, and I think the people need the help.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that will be reducing that tax rate by 95647.
Done deal.
Okay,
Sounds good. don't it?
so does everybody feel pretty good with that?
I do.
I'm good.
I'm perfect with it.
Okay.
You
Mark,
had to do it.
sorry.
Yeah, Mark still. What'd you-
Records preservation, Fund 249.
I told you.
What
page-
page
what
is
page
that
is
on?
that?
Hang on. Huh? It's not 240, is it 250? 248.
What page are we talking about?
Records archive is page 94. 248, I'm sorry. Page 94 then. Mark wanted to consolidate his,
No.
oh no, it's not 248, it's 250, isn't it? Is it 48?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Yep,
What page number?
94.
So do you want the person that's paid out of that moved to 250? Okay, okay. So there's a position in county clerk records archive. Mark wanted to consolidate that salary position into records preservation. If you look on page 98, his county clerk records management preservation, there's a salary position there and he doesn't use it. So that person in January will go to that, and then, because there won't be, if y'all, change it, there won't be a salary position there.
You talking about putting both salaries in the same budget?
No,
You're my senior man, you know.
Okay.
Basically, take everything on the top, the salaries, and put it into the records preservation line item. So everything would go into records preservation from that top section on that page. What'd you say, 98?
Yes, 94 to 98. Take everything from 98 and move it to page 94.
Yeah, okay, understood. That's what I thought.
So everything under salaries and benefits on page 98 goes down to other expenses under records preservation.
On page 94.
No, it's the same account, 98.
Okay.
Just that account, everything under salaries and benefits down to records preservation.
Okay.
it's towards the beginning, sorry.
So how do I need to do a motion to do that? You want that word? I'll ask Megan.
I guess just move,
Can we do that on Monday?
yes, I can have it ready for Monday and y'all can vote on it Monday.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Well, I'm saying, will we
Yeah,
get
for
the
the
wording
budget.
right and everything?
Yeah.
Or do we need to do it today?
No, you can do it Monday and I'll have something for,
We can just
y'all
adopt
can
it.
adopt it.
Flowing and crawled up.
No, that's fine.
Because there'll be changes before we
Let's
adopt.
make sure we get a motion on it.
Right, right. No, well, I thought you said you need to ask Megan, so that's one. We'll
Yeah,
just wait
okay.
till Monday.
All right, so you're just gonna
I'll
take
just do
care of
Monday.
that for the budget?
Yes, for
Okay.
the changes to the budget before we adopt. Yes, sir.
So if there's nothing else,
There is. One more thing, really big ask. My collections, lady that works in collections for the court and my bond lady that works, in the bond supervision office. Even those two ladies have different titles. They both do the same job. They do each other's jobs so that there's two people working out of that same office. And they make slightly different salaries from one another, and the difference to level those salaries is $241. So if we can find $241 to make both of them at 42,601 after the next budget takes place, that would be beautiful. I mean, if there's just $241 laying around somewhere.
Yeah. How about I just go there, 241?
Judge, I make the motion.
I give it to you now.
I make the motion to adjourn.
well, okay. So we can cancel the meeting on Thursday. That's what I was hoping to get to today. We don't have to have a meeting on Thursday for budget because that was all it was on.
I mean, if
We've taken care
this
of
is
everything.
it, I'm happy.
Yep. And so we
No,
can just get ready for Monday. And just,
of course not.
if y'all would, if we can keep that agenda as short as we can on Monday. My wife's gonna be doing a shoulder replacement Monday.
Okay.
And she's gonna be at the hospital. My daughter's gonna take her at 5 a.m. So I'd like to get out of here as soon as I can. If y'all are all right with kind of limiting the agenda as much as we can, okay?
I have no problem.
Is that all right?
That's fine. Judge, can I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
You know I am Judge Pro Tem, and if you wanna be with your wife,
I'm not gonna, my wife understands. We've been together
All right.
all these years. She
All right.
understands what I gotta
This is his
do.
first budget.
This is
I-
budget.
I just
I'm
offered.
gonna be here.
I just offered.
Coming back.
And I will be taking text messages and phone calls during
All right.
meetings, okay?
All right.
All right.
So
She
we
knows
gotta
what I
make a
do.
motion on the,
Canceling on Thursday's meeting. I'll put that in the form of motion.
Okay.
second.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Mims, second by Commissioner Dixon to cancel meeting on Thursday. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Okay, and so you made a motion
Do
to
we,
adjourn?
well, before you get, do we need to address what the, chief just brought up about that salary? for the bonds and the collection.
If y'all wanna increase it, if you want to increase it.
If you wanna increase it. You wanna get some here.
I cannot, I'm sorry, I can't hear.
They make stuff for that.
Yeah.
Give him one
Yeah.
here.
We'll
They
get you
work
one of the
pretty
little,
good if you can
get
talk
you
in
one of the
your
little
phone.
horns.
Thank you.
Get you one of the horns you stick in
So,
your ear.
do we need to do anything to increase that? Do we need to make a motion to increase that?
I would rather donate it out of my pocket than fight that. It's not gonna stop right there. It's gonna be, I promise you, he's got some, they all got them everywhere. Nick's just trying to be nice to keep him getting in trouble and not asking. I know how Nick operates.
I make a motion to adjourn.
Amen.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Dixon, second by Commissioner Mims. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
We're adjourned. Thank y'all for the hard work today. I appreciate it.